I, 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 so whenever it's just another event in your ecosystem, it truly is a seminal event because every single time that the ecosystem comes together, right, you have the key ingredients to ensure that Nigeria is at the forefront of what is happening in AI, right? These are the future economic growth drivers. So please, 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 I want to make sure that, those hands, I know it was half of the room when I said, are you a developer? Are you a builder? Right? Half of the room on this side put their hands, right? And round of applause for you guys, right? And then the other half kind of looked at me. But can we say that from today, right? From today, when we say, who are the builders? Who are the developers, right? Literally, the whole room can put its hand up because that's what's possible. Please, a round of applause, round of applause. Truly, truly special what we're going to be seeing today. Just to reiterate again, today is about the builders, of course, right? Who have taken it one step further to looking at the kinds of solutions that can ensure that government and governance, right, are the heart of what is transforming our economy. All right. So, mentioned a lot has happened towards this event, right? Today is the second, right? Microsoft Skills Summit. The first one, as I said, was absolutely amazing. And I think that we want to give you just a little taste of what that was like. Can we have the video?
From the numerous submissions, like I know I said, over 200 plus, you made it to be, best of the best. And it's great to have you here.
What we're going to be doing is just outline some simple steps you can follow. If you're able to follow those simple steps, I'm sure you'll be able to build something.
We know how fast AI is growing and we use it for a lot of things that we do. And we know that in this country, everything has regulation. So when RegTech came about, that's when I picked up the idea that if I can build a solution that helps transform RegTech, which is bringing regulation to technology, I think I'll be doing myself justice when I call myself an AI engineer.
I'm not really familiar with RegTech, but with the emergence of the hackathon, I can come to understand the need for it and why it is important in the sense that we are making now apps that will help to bridge the gaps that are already there.
Having an app, having a platform or website where you can access and get all the information that you need streamlined to your business and basically get from the starting point to the finish point in one app kind of makes it very easy for you and reduces the pressure that startup businesses can have. So it will definitely impact the society positively.
It's a challenge that has been offered to everyone, including myself, and I am, of course, accepting it.
Okay, so this was the recap of the last 2 days of building. Please, a round of applause for all of the builders and developers that are going to be getting on our stage in just a moment. But before we do that, please join me as I welcome somebody who is leading in this charge to grow AI skills across Nigeria. Please welcome Ola Dayomi, Program Manager, Microsoft, as she comes up to introduce our first fireside and esteemed speaker.
Hello. Okay. Hello. Good morning, everyone. How is the energy in the room? A little bit on the ground, right? Guys, how are you feeling? Are we cold? No, you said, are we cold? How is everyone feeling today? Happy Wednesday. Welcome, welcome. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Once again, welcome to the Microsoft AI Skills Week. My name is Ola Dayomi Oladipupo, and I'm a program manager at Microsoft, where I lead the AI Skilling Initiative. And today, our first session, our first fireside chat, for me, I think it's something very important and something very dear to my heart. We're going to be talking about driving AI in the workforce. And today, before I introduce our esteemed guest that I'm so excited to speak to today, I just want to give us a little bit of context around what we're going to be discussing as well. Last year, October 2025, Microsoft released the AI Diffusion Report. And in this Diffusion Report, it was shown that 1.2 billion people across the world over 3 years have engaged with AI tools, either ChatGPT, Claude, Copilot, whatever it might be. And this has been one of the greatest acceleration in terms of adoption of technology we've ever seen in the world, bigger than the adoption of internet, adoption of smartphones, and also the adoption of personal computers. And yet this report shows us that the choices we make are very, very deliberate. In the UAE, 2/3 of every worker there has access to artificial intelligence. So if we take that and bring it down into Nigeria for us, the lesson is simple. It's not just about the technology. It's about choices in policy, investment, and most important to us here, the skilling program we're doing, turning these skills into capacity building that is enabling the workforce of Nigeria. And I have the pleasure to speak to someone great, amazing. You're going to allow me read his bio because it's really a wow moment. And I want that wow across the room. I want that as we're going, more wows. So my guest today has dedicated his career to doing exactly what this moment demands, building Nigeria's AI capacity from the ground up, proving that world-class AI is possible from Abuja, from Bauchi, from anywhere in Nigeria, from anywhere in the continent. He's the founder and CEO of Data Science Nigeria. You guys, Data Science trained you, so please clap for Data Science Nigeria. He's also the founder of Equalize AI, two pioneering organizations using AI to solve Africa's most pressing socio-economic challenges. Under his leadership, 5 of their AI-powered products were named in the UNESCO Global Top 100 AI Products for Social Good. He's a Gates Foundation Global Grand Challenge Award winner. His co-authored research has won Excellence Award at over 2 of the most prestigious AI research conferences in the world. But personally for me, what I admire the most about him, alongside all his global recognition, is deep commitment to training, is deep commitment to capacity building. DSN Nigeria, Data Science Nigeria has trained over 850 Nigerians and built capacity across AI, across AI and other verticals. Because it truly believes that Africa must not just consume AI, but must create AI. It advises Nigerian government on national AI policy. It sits on GSMA's AI for Development in Africa Advisory Group, and it has shaped AI governance conversations from Nigeria to the global stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to this stage Dr. Bayo Adekombi, the CEO and founder of DSN Nigeria. Much, Dr. Bayo, for joining us.
My pleasure. It's my pleasure to be in the room. I'm very delighted as well.
Quick note, sorry guys, I'm fangirling a bit. I've been working with Dr. Bayo for maybe over 3 years, and this is my first time seeing him in person. So I'm very excited to have him here.
Thank you.
And I've mentioned a lot about what Dr. Bayo is very passionate about. But Dr. Bayo, from your lens and the capacity you hold in the Nigerian ecosystem as a pioneer educator, what is one of the most effective models for integrating AI and digital skills into Nigeria's formal and informal sectors you've seen?
Good. Thank you very much. Before I go into how, I'd like to talk about why. Because we need to come to a point of the fact that AI has become a basis for national competitive advantage. In the next few years, the same way we describe certain nations as developed, underdeveloped, semi-developed, we're going to have AI developed, AI underdeveloped nations. This is a critical moment in our life as a people. And that is why, whether formal, informal, whether by fire, by force, we must just get ourselves into this last rail. We've had the first industrial revolution, we missed it. We could say we didn't know what was happening. Our fathers were still in the bushes at that time. We missed the second one. The third one, we missed it. I think this fourth one, we must not miss it. And according to a report by World Economic Forum, by 2030, AI will lift African economy by incremental 2.9 trillion US dollars. And that means that it's going to create about 11 million jobs, taking those people literally out of poverty. So this is a game changer for us as a people. So it's not a story of, oh, I didn't do computer science and all of that. Whether you are doing farming, even if you're learning English language, even if it is religion, whatever it is, AI has become the new baseline that defines our future. With that context painted, I'll answer the question, how can we integrate AI into our digital skill into learning? Now, the first principle we must realize about AI is what English language used to be many years ago. That is what AI has become. It has become the language of development. It has become the language of the future. The same way it has become a subject that you have to learn, whether you learn it in class or you learn it on the street. If you learn it on the street, you learn it as pidgin English. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So which means that you can learn it formally or informally. So there are two ways to it. The formal way is, okay, how do I learn it in a structured format? And kudos to Microsoft. In Microsoft programs now, it's no longer about you have to be a graduate, you have to be a computer science. Now there's AI for beginners, there's AI for business people, there's AI introductions at different levels. And of course, if your passion takes you to the next level, Microsoft also offers certification program that can get you to the peak of your career. So today we have so many options, alternatives of how to learn. The question is about your commitment, curiosity, passion to see that these would define your future. And because you do not want to lose out, you must join the game. Now, let me go more practical. One of the easiest ways to learn AI today is perhaps online content and videos. I was talking to a lot of young people. An average young person in Nigeria today spend almost 3 hours on social media every week. They're on Facebook, they're on Instagram, they're on TikTok, having fun, which is not bad. But can they just give 1 out of those 3 hours to learn new skills and create content as well around AI? Because we need to start seeing our content creators, TikTokers, start talking about AI for fashion designer, AI for mama put, AI for plumbing. We need to begin to redefine that platform that we have to begin to further democratize AI to work for as many people as possible. And for those who are more academically oriented, I'm glad to say that when it comes to AI, we have 2 big platforms or 3 big platforms. First, YouTube has all the content from all the global centers of excellence, all the schools in the world, all the global organizations like Microsoft have put together learning content created online. Just sign on and you are learning. Number 2, we also have a platform called GitHub. GitHub is like a shortcut to greatness. You know, Isaac Newton said, if I've seen further, it's by climbing the shoulder of giants. That's what GitHub is all about. Most of the work that you want to do, somebody has written a code that you can improve, that you can add on, that you can call and refine. Some of us just need data set to test our work. Some of us need models to evaluate what we have built. Some of us need to learn what others have done. You don't have to start from the scratch. GitHub gives us that opportunity. The third is community. There's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you do what? You go together. There's a power of learning together where you find a community of passionate people like you, which Microsoft, working with our organization, have facilitated across many parts of this country. I'm sure you'll have heard about Learn Ambassadors and many other groups. Sometimes when you are tired, you get inspired by your friend. You understand? We all like do things to do. You like to be like your friend. When your friends are talking, I just coded, I just did this. I'm sure in one way or the other, it might inspire you as well. So we have seen that one of the methods as well, just to answer, is the fact that we may also consider joining a community, whether in the city, on campus, or any group that can stimulate your curiosity, sustain your momentum, and friends that can inspire you to become a better version of yourself. And those are 3 major channels that we have seen that have worked. And I believe that if implemented, can help many people start their AI journey today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Bayo, for that. Can we give Dr. Bayo a round of applause? That was actually amazing. And I think to allude to one thing you mentioned around even focusing on the non-tech side of AI, how storytellers can use AI to tell more stories. I don't know if anyone has been seeing on YouTube where some creatives are coming out to tell stories of African deities using artificial intelligence. So we're using AI as well to keep our history intact. It's very important for us to look at artificial intelligence from all of those lenses. Now it's no longer I can't code, I didn't do computer science, I'm not a technical person. With Copilot, with Claude, with a single prompt, you can generate images, you can generate video content. And I think keeping that in mind when we talk about how do we integrate this in the formal sector, informal sector is very, very important as well. I'm sure our designers that worked on this amazing, beautiful set as well, prompting AI to give them like a background of what this looks like. Exactly. All of that is really, really amazing to see. And you also mentioned something that I think even beyond AI is one of the most important things in life is community. Community is very, very crucial. Personally, I know what community has done for me. And as much as you take from community, it's also important to give back to community as well. So that's very important. I want us to go a little bit into inclusive AI right? And in the workforce development. So how can we ensure inclusive AI in the workforce development, particularly in the underserved and non-traditional talent pool? I know we've touched a little bit on that, but let's go a little bit deeper into the talent pool that you wouldn't think to be traditional. You wouldn't think this is where we can thrive in this area, but you've seen so far, even across the globe, that this actually has made a difference.
Good. Thank you very much. Maybe by definition, maybe I should start by defining what we call inclusive AI. AI that includes everyone. AI that when you talk to, it recognizes our variations, our diversities, our context, our nuances, what uniquely defines us, irrespective of whether I'm able-bodied, not able-bodied, whether I'm in the rural community or I'm not in rural community, whether I'm rich or poor. We need AI that works for everyone. It must be fair, it must be accountable, it must be responsible. Now, in my journey, I have learned one principle. Talents are everywhere. The only thing that is not everywhere is opportunity. From IDP camp in Maiduguri, where we met some young, brilliant guys who within a period of 3 days created applications. 3 days. Disease detection applications in plants were created by young people at IDP camp in Maiduguri within 3 days. They were just exposed to technology, and within 3 days, they could immediately imagine that, wow, AI can be used to solve this problem within their community. Within just 1 day, and second day, they start putting stuff together. By third day, they came out to start presenting. And that, for me, is the reason why we must be very inclusive and not just be Abuja-centric. With due respect to all the amazing brains in Abuja. There are smart people everywhere, from Uyo to Zari, everywhere. And that is why we must be very intentional to create equitable platform that allows everyone everywhere to participate. No one must be left behind. Our training must not be exclusive. It must be a training that, and that's one of the mantras that I've seen from Microsoft, where it's about all kinds of categories of people, not just those in schools, those running businesses, traders, fashion designers, and including gender, mindset as well. Because women may not be able to come out to learning centers, join communities, maybe for religious or cultural reasons. How do we create clusters of learning communities that is dedicated to women in AI who can learn together, learn at their own terms, in their own locations, and all those kind of things? Those are the responsibilities that we have, and it's a shared responsibility. Organizations like Microsoft and ourselves, we've created platforms, so we need more of those as well, as much as possible, so that that equity allows people to add value, because everybody has got something to add to the broader AI ecosystem. And then when we come into the ingredient that power AI, is another area where we must be intentional. AI must be able to speak our language. Today, out of 2,000 African languages, about 1,949 are spoken. They are not written. They are not. You can't scrape them on the internet. So it means about 93% of African languages are not represented. So who is going to make AI to learn? And AI is garbage in, garbage out. If it has not learned those languages, there is no way they're going to talk to ChatGPT or any other tool, and AI knows what we're talking about. So inclusion means that we must also step out to start collecting the data set that AI will learn from. And that is one of the reasons why we started Equalize AI. The job that Equalize AI is doing is massively collecting speech data set and training AI models that can speak not just Nigerian languages, but can also speak Nigerian dialects. And why do we need to go at dialect level? It's been proven from research that when AI speaks like you trust it more. I'm a local woman, I have a small health problem, I have a financial problem, and I need to talk to one oracle on my phone. As you go lower into the bottom of the pyramid, there can be more mythical. They believe in the unseen power more and more. So they can carry one phone and say, oh, phone, this happened to me. What is it? And you can talk back to them in their local language, in their local dialect. How do I do this? This food, this is happening to me. This is happening. And they're getting the right information. And that is why inclusion means that we must make AI speak our language. And third layer, inclusion is also the fact that we're not just building products that are for people in Lagos and Abuja. We're not just building products for businesses. We're also building products for Mama Put. We're building products for Okada riders. We're building products for farmers in the village who need interfaces that can help them live a better life. So I challenge developers in the room that true inclusion is not just that we know so much, but it's the fact that we can build so precisely for people who are often disadvantaged. And in doing that, we build a better world for ourselves. And I think that's the mantra of inclusive AI. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Bayo, as well. And, on the large language model you mentioned, if we look at what AI truly means for us in Nigeria, it's not from a Nigeria problem, a Nigeria challenge, or a Nigeria solution. It's global. So in some cases, we don't have to reinvent the wheel on how we, navigate the global landscape of AI. Sometimes last month, in February rather, we had a global AI summit in India. And during the AI summit in India, we were able to, speak more around what is happening there. And to allude to your point on the large language model, they built the AI Bharat locally with the support of Microsoft. And what that has been able to do for them is also put their language on the map in that sense, so that the compute can interact with it and further even help people that don't speak English or only speak Hindi to have access to artificial intelligence. Because truly, I don't think every Nigerian speaks English, and AI is currently only in English. So Equalize AI for me is doing an amazing job to really bringing up that inclusion up to par and making sure that we're bringing everyone on board. And also saying building solutions for everyone, building solutions for Okada rider. I feel like all the compliance solutions we are going to build today somehow is going to affect them.
Yes,
right? You see NITA come out with another compliance. You see NDPC come out with something. Now everything we are doing is online.
Yes.
If you want to do your Abidave, your birth certificate, everything, your medical insurance, everything is online.
Yes.
So all of these solutions we are building today is alluding to that point of ensuring that, we are carrying every single person along.
Yeah.
One interesting part for me is partnership. I know we've had a very amazing partnership, Microsoft and DSN. It's been good.
Thank you.
Working together and scaling AI for the workforce has been amazing. But I think my question here would be, can you just speak more on some partnerships that are needed or the partnerships that are important and the partnership we should continue to leverage on to scale workforce to scale workforce in a way that is sustainable for this continent and Nigeria?
Thank you very much. I think sustaining momentum, like what Microsoft is doing today, requires different players coming together. Why? Because we all come with different strengths, with different competence, with different capacity. Oftentimes, industries try to believe that they have all that it takes to answer all the questions. But most of the answers are in the academic environment. And the academic environment have some amazing work they have done that can make industry to become richer. But our academic researchers will just stay, they're just happy that they have published a nice paper, but they are sitting on wealth of billions. But their priority is the advancing knowledge. So which means that they know their role. They expect the industries to come and take those things and transform them into practical solutions. We also have within the loop developers whose job is to bridge knowledge from the academic and the platform from the industry and start building what we call lower level solutions for multiple categories as well. And then we talk about the civil society groups, advocacy groups that will also keep all of us in check, telling us that, That new AI model that you're building is not recognizing people whose voice crack. It does not recognize people who misses their words, so it's not inclusive enough. We need people that will hold us accountable so that we do not build AI that will further divide our society. We need people who are ethically aware, culturally grounded, to remind us that last solution you just built just excluded group ABC within the bigger portfolio of impact. So the point I'm making is that everybody is important when it comes to sustainable AI practice and sustainable AI development. So partnership is beyond structured engagement, like what DSN and Microsoft have enjoyed over the years, or the way Microsoft work with government of Nigeria. That is a fantastic level of partnerships. But we need a lower level of partnerships, almost at every level, governmental level, where we're able to collaborate together. If I'm a developer based in Uyo, for example, or based in Sokoto, how do I work with the local government in my state? How do I work with the user group in my state? How do I work with the university in my state? How do I work with the Okada Riders Association to say, oh, can we work with you guys to learn your language and build something that can support you? As simple as some young guys doing something in Ogbomoso now, making tax law more consumable for traders in Ogbomoso dialects. They're young people in Lautech, that's Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, who are working with women and they're building for them. So partnership means that I cannot just sit on my own. I have to get out to support. I remember a story of an experience that I have, and this is to developers. I had a young guy that I mentored many years ago. Then I was at MTN, I remember, and he wanted to build, and I actually wanted to give him platform and access and also give him tools, because then I set up a program then called Academic Research Development Initiative at MTN, where I was bringing researchers into the company to come use our tools to work. So this guy came with some very brilliant ideas of how to transform agriculture. So I was so excited and impressed. And lo and behold, we brought him to our office. Oh, come present to us. And when this guy was talking about yam, how he will optimize yam and all of that, I was like, this guy was using a language, I'll pluck yam, and we're going to pluck it, we're going to pluck it. I said, young man, please, have you ever been to a yam farm before? He said, no, I've never been to a yam farm before. And you want to build a model that will optimize your yield? You are talking about a root crop that you have to draw from the ground. All that you're talking about does not convey that you have been to where the problem is and how to solve it. Partnership is being there where I am needed. If I need to build a solution for market women, don't sit in AC and blow your head up and you're not feeling their pulse. You need to go stay with them. Feel their pulse. Understand what is not working, what is working. And that is what is happening, the Ogbomoso example that I gave. These young guys stay with these women in the marketplace to feel their pulse. This national law, there's some local laws and all of that. They wanted to understand it. So it's not just sit somewhere and scrape content on the internet and create one solution and think you have built something. Of course, by the time you land it, it does not work. So partnership also comes in creation. Some people call it co-creation. And for many of us who understand Stanford solution development principle, that principle of empathy, where you empathize with the people you are building for. And the best way you empathize is that you go into their world. I'm building for people, I feel their pulse, I understand their challenges. So if I'm building for Okada riders, nobody needs to tell me that when they say Figo is not the Figo that plays football. Who knows what Okada rider called Figo? Oh! Respect. They are very street smart. Yeah. Not many people know. If you know what they call Figo, can you wave your hand? Can you say 1, 2, 3, 4? Figo is 500 naira on the streets. See, no, surprised. Yes. That's the language of the street. So if I'm building and you don't understand those nuances, I have not partnered enough to be able to build enough. So partnership must be seen at that level. Structured partnership like DSN, Microsoft and all of that, and operational, situational, localized partnership that ensures that we build real solutions that solve real problems. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Bayo. Side note, my mom is from Ogbomoso, so I was so excited to hear that as well.
Awesome.
Making tax laws and that understandable to them, that's
Yes.
amazing. Tio, take note of that as well. And holding ourselves accountable during partnerships.
Yes.
Like you mentioned, partnership for us at this point, we need to think about it from a granular level.
That's true.
Not just from the big guns, but
That's
also
true.
from how can I personally go to my local government
Yes.
and say, oh, this waste has been here. What can I do to support?
Fantastic.
That's how we are going to collectively grow Nigeria.
That's
I
it.
think just with 1 minute, I just
Good.
want to say 1 minute.
Good.
What are you going to leave us here with today as we're wrapping up this session to say, you guys that were in this room, this is one thing you should take home with you?
I think the big thing is, like somebody said, go AI or go home. No, that's it. The future is so clear in front of us that we either let go of our future or jump into it very intentionally. So if in the next 30, 40 years, our history is written, let it be said that when AI came, you did something. And your children and grandchildren will be very proud of you. They'll be proud of us that we did something. This is the time to do something. Let's rise and get something done. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A huge round of applause for Dr. Bayo, please, guys.
Thank you so much. Round of applause, please. What into just a quick fireside chat. I think I'm surprised though, Figo. How come I'm hearing that for the very first time? I think Dio, you had a cheat code there, right? I'm not on the streets, clearly. But then many of us are not on the streets here as well. I'm very, very surprised. Wow. Thank you so much. But there was so much. All right. Okay. How we doing? How amazing was that? How amazing was that? Please, a round of applause again. Thank you. All right. So we want to get a little bit of a litmus test, right? About how, Dr. Bayo spoke a lot about being on the streets, right? You're building for a yam farmer and you're saying pluck, right? Wow. Like, way to, just throw yourself under the bus. And people just looking at you and wondering why they're just, looking around the room, right? But we do that in many ways in other, situations, right? So I think what I said before about, solutions being about knowing the problem, being part of or talking to people, right, who are having those problems, right? That is key. That is so key. So because of that, right, I think every one of us here, right, has a particular problem, and I want to hear what your thoughts are. So he mentioned something about building for traffic, building for agriculture, building for plumbers, building for downfall drivers, right? And I think these are real use cases that are coming. So I'm just going to ask a couple of questions, right? If downfall drivers needed an AI solution, right? Keep it in mind though that some of us here actually use, okay. I'm not saying that you use, but you shall know what some of those problems are, right? So if a downfall driver needed or had an AI solution, right, what would it be? So I'm coming round, right? So this is us, making AI, this is AI in action, right? Very, very practical. Okay, so who can give me, if downfall drivers, right, needed an AI solution, what would it be? Okay. Wait now. Oh, you don't know what downfall is? Hey, so Peter, also you guys are just looking at yourself like, he's not from hell. I'm showing myself as well, right? Okay, we shall have bosses, right? We shall have bosses. Okay. Hey, huh? Along. Okay. So if an along needed an AI solution, right? Come on, we're builders in here. Speak from true experience. Okay, someone put up their hand here, please. Help me out.
I think they need translators.
Translators?
Yes.
No, wait. Hear what he's really saying. He said he thinks they need language translators. Doesn't mean that it's from a local dialect, though. It might just be what they're saying needs a bit more context. But I think people need to hear what you really mean.
What I think is there are a lot of people that are coming from different background, different language, different dialect, different slangs, and the rest of it. So the AI translation can be able to assist them to know. The AI translation can be able to assist them to know what the client means, and the interaction to be very attractive.
Okay, so I have to agree with him on this one, right? I know I asked, do we agree? But do we agree now? Right? That's an amazing, that is truly amazing. And AI can actually do that, right? It's not the world of sci-fi anymore to have something like that, right? Okay, so one more on this one, and then I have another problem that many of us, could we have a lady and then yourself, fine young gentleman?
So I think a digital payment model, because sometimes they might be a lot of people don't have cash sometimes, and they're asking, oh, can I transfer? I use Along, so I experience people with that challenge. So maybe like a barcode scanner where people could easily make a payment.
I definitely agree. I mean, payments is something that we think we have thrown all the solutions at, right? But it's still very broken. There's a lot of opportunity in that space. Okay, please.
Conductor, a voice conductor that is polite.
A voice conductor?
Yes.
Hey, wait. Wait.
Yeah,
this is a digital bus conductor.
Yes.
But you said something key that is polite.
Very polite,
okay.
Especially in Lagos, So.
Will this increase business for them? If it will, they'll take it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Do we agree? All right. Okay. So I know there's a hand over there. Do we have a microphone there? So that we'll take that and then we'll take this. I have another one. Another use case, please, that I want to jump to. Please. All right, let me run over to you. Okay, there we go.
So the major problem of entering Along is entering one chance. So if
is that a major problem?
Yes. So if you can have an AI that will identify one chances, that will actually help.
Okay. Wait. I love, hackathons, right? Because hackathons, you can do it together, right? So this is design thinking 101. Sorry, how do we build something like that? Is that possible? So this is a random Along that's coming, right? And somehow you get an alert that this one, no step, don't even try it, right? But how would you do something like that? How would you, can anyone help me out with this? Okay, but it's your idea, so I don't want to hear from you yet. Who can help me? Okay, great. This is design thinking, okay, with the whole room.
I think there's a register with Road Transport Workers Association. They have numbers on their vehicles. I think with that, in fact, that's the easiest way of doing it. Thank you.
Okay. Do we agree? I think that's step one, right? That's like almost the low-hanging fruit. If it's a registered one, and if it's an unregistered one that's coming to you, then you know, But but then it might be unregistered, but then a good guy, right? So how do we go beyond that? Okay, let me take this table.
Okay, I was thinking that we can apply an existing model like with Truecaller, how if you search a number that has been used like as spam in the past, Truecaller notifies you that it's a spam number. So just think of a situation where someone suspects that a bus might be one chance and they report it, and people over time have reported it. So it becomes like established that that is a one chance bus.
I actually love this idea, right? Because it opens this up for every kind of, bus, right? So if it's coming, maybe it's got some kind of say, right? We're in the future. And so you get in, it says, about 20 people have said that this bus was or this number, right? The license plate or whatever is actually a one chance. So how many of us know Truecaller, right? So we know what she's talking about, right? Okay, all right.
Okay, so I'm just going to glean a little from what you said, but not exactly. But it's on adopting existing models. For instance, in Lagos, there's this association called NURTW, where all the buses belong to a particular association. And you can trace, if you enter a bus at a park, you can actually trace, oh, this is where this bus came from. So translating that to an online platform, maybe with like a QR code or something you scan, so you can directly say, okay, this bus takes off from this park at this time, it goes to this place. Just translating that system and implementing tracking mechanisms so you can always know exactly.
Sorry, how many of you know that what you just mentioned is $1 billion idea, right? That's $1 billion idea because it goes beyond just one chance. What about just tracking all of our buses, right? What about just tracking all of the transportation across? Because that's actionable data for government, for regulators, right? And security, right? Wow. This is really, really. Okay, so I know there were a couple of ladies over on that side. Let's switch up the use case, right? So I know we already mentioned, if a long driver needed an AI solution. What about, I don't know if you have this problem, and maybe what I'll do is I'll crowdsource, our biggest problems, right? So if an Abuja tailor needed an AI solution. Now, I don't know, is that a problem in Abuja? Are tailors a problem? A thorn in, It's a continent-wide problem. Okay. So okay, let's also crowdsource it. So what are some of our major problems, right? So I know there's obviously the along, there's tailors. What else? Who else needs an AI-based solution? Okay. Okay, so you have one for the tailor. Okay, all right. Please go ahead.
What I want to talk about is concerning the fashion designers or tailors, whatever they call themselves, is the problem of what I want and what the tailor. So I think we need an AI solution that can either register it or like, this is what this customer wants. And as you are showing, you are aligning it with, is this what the customer wants, the size, the length, and all of that?
You know what? I absolutely love that idea. Did you get what she was saying? She was saying that as the tailor is making real time the suit, he's also getting feedback that this is not what she asked for. This is not what the person was, right? Can AI do that? I think it can. I think this is real practical solutions. If you don't mind, I'm going to the ladies at the back over here. Okay. And the ladies here as well. Okay.
So hi, everyone. For the tailor, they can have a model like where they capture people's maybe attributes of the material, the kind of material that was brought in. Because permit me to give a scenario. When I finished secondary school, I applied to work as at the tailor shop. So I only spent 1 day there because there was an ugly incident that happened. So this lady gave a tailor a particular material, and the tailor could not fix it before the wedding. And when she was coming to pick up, she had an accident and broke her leg. Then her mom had to come down to, query the tailor and all that. So when the mom came to the shop, she was like, "Where is my material? I'm no longer sewing again." And that was when the tailor started looking for the material. And then the woman started saying, "All of you in this place, it's not that I'll fire you." And me, I'm just like an apprentice. So I had to resign immediately before cause to follow me from somewhere. So if we can have such model that can tell the specific kind of material and the date it will be available for pick up, because tailors are not to be trusted. So you can have I don't know, I'm a geographer and we use maps. So in the map, we call it attribute table, where they can say, okay, this was a green Hollandaise, so style, and it will be ready maybe on Friday. And as the tailor is sewing, all those attributes are checking in, and at the end of the day, the customer can say, "Okay, I'm coming," and that day it comes, it's ready. So that should help the tailors. Thank you.
Sorry, please, who is recording this session, please? Because I need to be taking notes. I'm really, really impressed.
Good morning, everyone. Afternoon. I would like to speak from the perspective of my business, my entrepreneurial women that I have in my community. I'm the founder of Dynamic Women in Business, so I would like to speak based on my business aspect. My women are having challenges, which has to do with pitching in their languages, in different dialects. We all know that business is not all about speaking a perfect English. We have our mothers at home who are doing a very good business, but they are not really good in expressing themselves in English. So I was looking at that pain point, and they wanted to pitch their business in their language, and we were sorting out people that can have a slide for them, and we could not find people that can write in their dialects. And it's really a pain point. Please and please, I would like to have a solution to this problem. Thank you so much.
All right. So we have builders in this room. Who can build that for her? She literally has let you know what a key community has, right? I think by the end of this summit, you have to have found at least one builder, okay? All right. I saw a couple of hands on this side. Okay.
All right. Good morning, everyone. In respect to the tailoring, there's something called pattern tailoring. So we can have, okay, thank you. So we can have a model like that for pattern tailoring when somebody sends a particular outfit that he or she wants a tailor to recreate. And the only thing expected of you is to put it on the app, put it on AI, and then you put the person's most recent picture on AI, and then it brings out the person's body shape number. Say this person is shape 12, shape 16, and then it gives you the different parts. You should measure this part from so length to so length, and then it goes for that to generate videos, tutorial videos, maybe from YouTube, that have the perfect description or illustration of how that particular style was made. It's going a long way in giving the beneficiary or the consumer the perfect desired product they are asking for.
Wow. Can you patent this? Because literally, like, if we put one or two of these ideas together, we've got a real solution here. Okay, I know how to use Replit now, so maybe after this, I'm going to be building one of these. Okay, so I want to take one more. Who is it? Okay, yes, please.
Yeah, So on the aspect of tailors, yes. Now the problem is with deadlines, and we all like experience this. So not only what she said, yes, I was going to mention all of that. The tailor as well is going to use this platform, the AI is going to alert it because it's seeing the current position that the tailor is in making this design. So the AI would also tell the tailor how long it's actually expected, not just the tailor using his own head for that. And then if he's working on it and maybe some things are changing, resources are not coming in and all of that, the AI recognizes all of this and will tell it an actual extended deadline that will actually tell the customer, okay, this is not going to be ready then, it's going to be ready this time and all of that. So alerting the tailor, alerting the customer in real time to know the deadline and the actual progress of the clothes.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. Yes, nobody remembered the deadline issue, right? That's probably the lowest hanging fruit. But what I love about this, right, is how far we're pushing the technology. Do you know that a lot of times what happens is that we build based off on what we've seen scale in other markets, right? But nobody needs a Nigerian Facebook. I mean, it would be nice to have it, right? But nobody needs another one, right? Because it's scaled beyond just America, right? So it's solving our problems here. What happens when innovation is local is that it scales across your own market and then it gets exported because other people have that problem too, right? So whenever we come to the international, say, innovation table, right? A lot of times Africa is a me too. Oh, here's our own this, and people might not take notice. But trust me, many of the problems that you've mentioned here today, right, are uniquely African problems. But if you can build it, you'll find that it's still the same problems that people in, okay, let's even start with other emerging markets, Brazil, right, Southeast Asia. Many of these guys would also need those solutions. And your company, all of a sudden, right, is a billion-dollar company. This is, I mean, what we've just done here, right, is really, really important, especially not just for the developers, but actually more so for everybody in the room. See yourself as builders. Okay, so we'll be continuing in a second, but one of the things that I've been thinking about, right, is for me, I'm always surprised about how AI is advancing, right? Now we have physical AI. So even a lot of the things that Dr. Bai was talking about, where, you know, electricians and plumbers, right? That's also something that AI is trying to also, right? You know, should I not take over? It's also trying to support, right? But what we find is that it's advancing at the fastest pace ever. So I want to know, for a lot of people in this room, what has been the most surprising thing for you about AI, right? So it doesn't have to be something so wow, right? I just want a litmus test of, you know, what everybody's thinking about AI, because we're all in this together, right? By this time next year, last year, right, some of the questions that we asked were, how many people have used ChatGPT, right? How many people, those were the kind of questions we were asking last year. I can't ask that now, right? I can't, because it's just one of the biggest solutions. At least you've heard of it, right? Okay, so I'm actually going to ask some of the people on the front table as well, right? So what has been one of the most surprising things, or one of the most surprising things about AI, right, that you've heard or seen? Something that's kind of like, oh my God, I can't believe we're going there, right? You want to try?
Okay. I was having a question with someone even today about this. I think we're getting to the point where if we're not careful, we are creating a new God in AI. I will share my thoughts with you. You know, even when you want to make decisions, right? What do? You go to AI. Things that requires human ingenuity, self-reflection, you throw it away. So AI solves your problem. I received a contract and I tried to get a lawyer to help me with it because of I'm not a lawyer anyways, I'm a commercial person. So the lawyer gave me their bill. It's a private thing, not, so I said, pay this amount of money for this thing. It's not an issue.
Problème àgbọ̀n wọn tó ń sọ mí. Problème ìwà bàbá ṣọ́ọ̀nì. Òun sì, olúwa mọ̀.
and Microsoft's training has helped me with this by impacting me with valuable knowledge on Azure data science services and Azure machine learning tools. Also, this certification has really helped in furthering my plans by solidifying my knowledge and validating my expertise for potential employers.
The curriculum was customized to include familiar examples that learners recognize, making it easier to understand and apply what they learned right away. In the execution of the various interventions, Data Science Nigeria and Microsoft Skills for Job program jointly recognized that excelling in today's dynamic job market requires more than just technical proficiency. It demands a holistic blend of technical expertise and work-ready project immersion. To address this need, they curated a specialized curriculum and content that integrated the standard Microsoft Learn courses with company-related project examples, use cases, and data sets for thorough assimilation. This unique approach ensured that learners were not only equipped with conceptual knowledge, but also made ready to transition into the real world of work. The training delivery, therefore, included soft skills needed to succeed and thrive in the digital workspace. As a result of this thorough curriculum, more than 20,000 students experienced improved proficiency across all Microsoft Learning tools, with a notable portion actively engaging in certifications and job readiness projects. To reinforce practical skills, participants also received complimentary Azure credits for hands-on practice, while the top performers were acknowledged with access to certification vouchers, highlighting their exceptional dedication and proficiency. These measures collectively prepared them for industry-level experience and success at workplace. In a groundbreaking initiative aimed at standardizing learning practices across various centers, the top participants from multiple locations were brought together physically and in a hybrid format for an all-expense-paid 5-day artificial intelligence bootcamp. This bootcamp was designed not only to provide participants with a holistic learning experience encompassing technical and soft skill development such as natural language processing, geospatial analysis, computer vision, business intelligence, presentation skills, reporting techniques, and curriculum design, but also to empower them to strengthen their respective communities, so that by bringing together the best minds, the knowledge acquired from this intensive bootcamp could be disseminated back to over 50 locations, bolstering their communities. This strategic train-the-trainers approach ensured that even participants in remotest locations could gain access to cutting-edge knowledge necessary for certification and future success. With the expanding reach of their training initiatives, Data Science Nigeria and Microsoft emphasized the paramount importance of ethical and responsible AI practice. This focus comes from recognizing that data scientists here need to understand the ethical requirements of the models they're using to make decisions. This is important to ensure accuracy and transparency to prevent biased models, which could worsen societal divisions, discrimination, and digital exclusion. Participants were trained to assess their model's quality, understanding that a poorly designed AI model could increase the gap between digitally included and excluded people in society. This comprehensive approach ensures that the impact of responsible AI training extends from urban hubs to remote villages, fostering a culture of innovation that is not only inclusive and transparent, but also socially responsible. As part of Digital Skills Nigeria intervention, we emphasized the critical need for job enrichment and competence deepening for those who already have a work. which can be enhanced with the application of digital skills. The holistic approach more opportunities across various sectors, particularly focusing on micro, small, and medium enterprises, as well as educators. In collaboration with the International Trade Center, ITC, the program extends its reach to empower micro, small, and medium enterprises in the agribusiness sector. Through specialized training, these businesses were equipped with the knowledge and skills to leverage AI for activities such as e-commerce and trade, enabling them to optimize operations, expand their market reach, and compete globally. Also, recognizing the pivotal role of educators in shaping the future workforce, the partnership extends its training efforts to primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions, equipping teachers with AI-driven learning experiences to better prepare students for the evolving job market. Moreover, educators across different teaching levels receive training on utilizing generative AI tools to enhance learning delivery, ensuring that students are not only equipped with technical skills, but also with the adaptability required for the future workforce. This concerted effort underscores the commitment to fostering job enrichment and competence deepening across diverse sectors and professions.
I'm passionate about education, so I would love to use it to empower other people, either as, as tutoring, lecturing, but mostly importantly to help my clients, because now I'm more empowered than, it's more like validation. I've been doing it before, but now that yes, I'm really here, so I understand not just the front end, I understand the back end as well. I also would like to thank DSN, Microsoft, and Salesforce Nigeria for the opportunity for giving me this chance to solve. Thank you.
The goal as a medical student or as a medical professional generally is to use AI or leverage AI applications to maximize patient outcome, maximize healthcare in general. Because as we all know, AI is breaking down and making huge progress in different sectors, different industries, and really happy to see medical doctors taking more hands-on approach. I don't mean using just ChatGPT and other AI tools. I mean being part of creating this model. Because in medicine, we need precision a lot. When you make mistakes, people die. And, we do for you to do this, you need a huge amount of data. And I'll use this to improve patient outcomes, like I said, improve healthcare, ease the burden of doctors, and make groundbreaking discoveries in medicine through maximizing the use of AI. And I know that cloud services of Azure are really great. I can attest to that. And I would love to see what the future holds for me as a medical professional with knowledge of data science and machine learning, AI, and the rest. So I special thanks to Data Science Nigeria, Microsoft Nigeria, and Data Skills Nigeria for making this dream come true.
With this approach of an inclusive learning approach, tailored curriculum development, and personalized content delivery, coupled with the exposure of top performers to all expense-paid train-the-trainer bootcamps, ongoing advocacy for responsible AI practices, and initiatives aimed at job enrichment and capacity deepening in non-technical sectors, we are building future Nigerians who are well empowered to lead the future of AI and data science. As a result of these efforts, thousands of Nigerian students have been equipped with skills needed to enter the job market, expanding their opportunities in life. Among them, some have chosen the path of freelancing, while others have already embarked on their professional careers. In the collaborative efforts between Microsoft and Data Science Nigeria lies a shared vision of building a better society. One where digital skill is not just a privilege, but a fundamental right, accessible to everyone, everywhere.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, many of the people in that video said, I just want to thank Data Science Nigeria. I want to thank Microsoft. Guys, I know that we're all eating, right? But please, can we just, it deserves this, right? Can we just rise, right? And just, let's say our own thank you. Let's say our own thank you, because this is literally making dreams come true. Please, let's a round of applause for the impact that has come from this amazing partnership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for indulging me, because it truly, truly deserves this. A lot of the work has been, a thankless journey, right? It's really going into places that many others aren't. And so whenever we get the chance to say thank you, I think it's deserving that we do. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are going into the section we've all been waiting for. The hackathon demos. How are we feeling? Yes, I heard a woo at the back. Don't worry, don't worry. All right, all right, all right. I'm going to ask again. How are we feeling? And I want to hear the devs who are about to go on stage. How are we feeling? All right, good, good, good. Excited, excited. Okay, so the hackathon, addresses something that we talked about quite a lot, right? Regulatory technology, right? So that's focused on how technology can improve, regulatory accessibility, visibility, but also compliance, right? This is enormously important, especially now, right? With the focus from government. But RegTech is actually $100 billion plus industry globally, right? So if we get this right, there's a piece of that pie for some of these amazing solutions. So this team of hackers, should I say, right, builders, actually come out of, should I say, a submission pool of about 200 plus submissions from across many different diverse areas, right? So they went into days of intense training, supported by Microsoft, of course. Now we have our top 5 teams who are ready to go. The winner, as we know, there can only be one, right? Will be walking away with $1,000 in cash today. Yes, please. Please, round of applause for that, courtesy of Data Science Nigeria. Please, please, please. Let's give these guys, it's not easy, right? So let's give these guys all the support, right, as they come up. We also have a couple of people who are pretty important to this promise, to this process, right, of today. Join me in welcoming our judges, right? So first of all, we have Mr. Eugene from Africa Data Science Centers, sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you for making it today. We also have Mr. Emmanuel from Data Science Nigeria. Please, thank you very much. And last but not least, we have Mr. Eldad, Data Science Nigeria. Thank you very much. This is going to be a super, super exciting segment of today. All right, so we're going to jump into our very first team, right? As I said, these guys have been busy over the last couple of days building solutions that literally could be worth billions of dollars. So as I call up each team, please, can I trust you to go, woo, woo, right? I know you don't know them yet. You don't know them yet. If Facebook was coming on the stage and we didn't know them, we'll be like, okay, who's this young man who's just, right? But after it's Facebook, now it's like, everybody is cheering. So please give them that kind of cheer, because truly these are game-changing ideas. All right, are we ready? Okay. So first up on stage, please join me as we welcome DeepSolve, turning complex problems into intelligent, scalable solutions in RegTech. Thank you very much. Please, I asked for some woos, and there we go.
I'm the bunch. You only have one life to live. If you're lucky, then you might get two. I was down, so down to the hip. Was a miracle that got me through. I've seen the wall, paid my dues. Got plenty of scars, but nothing to lose.
Everyone. We are the DeepSoft team. We built Comply NG. My name is Jefta, and my team members are Emmanuel and Joseph. So together we built Comply NG. So Comply NG is an AI regulatory compliance for Nigerian data controllers of major importance. So any platform that is touching users' data of Nigeria, this our platform is meant for the person. Now go to the next slide. What problem are we actually solving? We are solving problem number one under the NITDA's 4 problems. The first problem is single compliance interface. So we are enabling organizations to interpret and operationalize regulatory requirements through a single interface. Exactly what our app does. Now, how it does it is that some organizations, when they want to operate in Nigeria, they don't know the obligations they will need to meet. So what our app does is it onboards the business. You select what exactly you want to do in Nigeria, and then our application pulls up all the obligations that you need to fulfill in order to be compliance ready. Now go to the next slide. So our solution, AI explains, the rule engine decides. Now the output is a machine readable attestation. This output can actually be verified by anybody, any regulatory body that would identify that, yes, this company has actually met all the obligations. Go to the next slide. Now the frameworks. So we are actually going for 6 frameworks. The number one is NDPC. Another one is CBN. Another one is NITDA code. Another one is NCC consumer code. And also the last one is SEC digital asset rules. Go to the next slide. Now we are going to show a demo of exactly how a business that wants to operate in Nigeria are going to see whether they are compliance ready or the obligations they need to meet. So let's go to the demo. Skip. So let's take, for instance, that's Google Chrome. Let's take, for instance, a business called DPay. They are into fintech. They want to operate in Nigeria, but then they don't know anything about the compliance they need to meet. So they will come to our app, then they will onboard their business. So they will add their name, their website address, and then they will select the first one, which is fintech, and then they will select this is exactly all the things they want to do in Nigeria. Continue. No, they don't have any license yet, so uncheck the first one. So our app now lists all the obligations they need to meet in order to be compliant ready in Nigeria. So if you see the first one, go to the first one. So the first one is risk-based KYC and customer due diligence. Now, and if you look at that first one, you are going to see a source there. Click on the source. Yes. So this is actually going to take the business to the site that cites the compliance or the obligation they need to meet, which is the CBN obligation. Now go back to the site. Now, if the company has actually met this obligation, they can upload their evidence. They can upload their evidence, and then our system will check it that, yes, they have met this obligation. Now, another feature we have on this app is the policy. Now, the policy aspect, the business can actually upload their policy, their privacy policy, and then our app, we do an analysis with AI to find the gaps in their policies and actually the obligation they need to meet, and then they can actually go forward and meet those obligations. Now, the last one I want to mention, why this one is analyzing, is the comply agent. Now, the comply agent, we are going to use AI agents to actually do this. Now, how is it going to work? Some of us have heard about OpenClaw. OpenClaw is an AI agent. So what it does is that it looks at the database of the business, and when there is spike in downloads, they will know that exactly that their database have been breached. And this AI will alert the compliance officer that, look, we have a breach, and then it will generate an incident report. Now, it keeps the compliance manager or officer in the loop. He has to go through the incident reports and then send it between 72 hours to the regulatory body. So this is exactly how we are doing it. And the OpenClaw, we are going to deploy it on Microsoft Azure. So this is exactly the last one we have on our demo. This one is actually an intense production. We are going to be going live, hopefully, in a few hours from now. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I was looking for those moves. All right. So we've got 2 minutes for the judges' questions. Can we get some mics for the judges, please?
Okay. Thank you, gents. Very impressive. Looking at the comply agent window, I saw reference to NDPR and NDPA. So which is applicable here, please? Can you clarify that?
Okay, so actually what the agent also does is to get the data from those regulatory bodies. And whenever anyone changes, the agent will actually pull it from the website of the regulator, or if they have an API, it's going to pull it down and then match it with what we have already and see whether there is any changes or any gap. And then it will fill up the gaps or the obligations that the company needs to meet.
Are you aware that the NDPR has been repealed? Are you aware of that? Do you consider that in building this?
Come again.
The NDPR has long been repealed. So it's no longer a legal instrument in Nigeria. So did you factor that in your application?
No, actually, we are new into compliance.
Okay,
yes, so,
I see.
Yeah.
All right, so you mentioned real time.
Yes.
Good. So when policies change, because I also want to understand that Nigerian policies are different from in the regulatory industry, different from other countries. So what effort have you done to make sure that the context is Nigerian context? And what happens when a law changes? How does your system adapt to that?
Okay, if you look at the screen, you are going to see a tab, changes. So this is exactly what it does. This actually, runs every day. It pulls fresh data, and then our AI will analyze whether there is a gap between what it has already and what has been pulled. And then when there is changes, it's going to alert the compliance officer that yes, there is changes in this regulation, that we need to actually do some work.
Sorry, I think you have to explain that again. It's going to alert who exactly? Because I think the question is to get clarity whether your system is always updating these policies, compliance documents as they come out, So how does that work? How is it going to, alert the compliance officer?
Okay, so our system runs on a cron job, Vessel cron job. It runs every 24 hours, every day, once a day. So when it sees a change, it's going to alert the compliance officer through email there is a change. Now it's also going to run the gap analysis and see where the company need to come up and do some changes.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. for Deep Solve. Thank you. Thank you. Real-time agentic AI is where things are going, and it's great to have that in compliance. Can you imagine being to allow AI to fix the things that you don't see before they become a problem? All right. Thank you very much. Okay. So our next team coming up, Team Suya. Please round of applause as they come up. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ulala.
Just to remind us that we have each team has 8 minutes. So that's 5 minutes presenting and 3 minutes of a demo, and then our 2 minutes of judges. So please do keep that in mind. All right, take it away.
Of your girls, biggie body shot little one you chop them all. Oh, you play with my strings. I never imagined myself to be matching to your love. Chocolate and caramel, ooh. The sun kissed you and said, ooh. Even the morning say, ooh, I dream at night and sing, ooh, my brown skin girl, love the straightness of your curls, biggie body short, little one you chop them all, brown skin girl. Love the straightness of your curls, biggie body short, little one you chop them all. It's been heavy on me, all of the love given by society. You at the bottom is the great fallacy. It's like the jealous of your sweet melody. Chocolate and caramel, ooh. The sun kissed you and said, ooh. Even the money say, ooh, I dream at night and sing, ooh, my brown skin girl, love the straightness of your curls, biggie body short,
Team Suya is going to be coming up after this, after a few technical issues have been resolved. Okay, can we have our next team, please? Get ready for Compliance Connect, bridging the gap between innovation and regulatory trust. Thank you for the woos.
Everyone, good afternoon, our beloved judges. We are Team Compliance Connect. My name is Nomkat Stephen Bess, and that is Isaiah, and that is Isaac. And we are here to speak to one of the 4 problems of Nigeria in terms of NDPA. Yes, NDPR Act. And our problem statement, the problem statement that we try to solve is interpreting and operationalizing regulatory requirements through a single interface. And we hope to do that we have done that for personas such as the startups and the product teams. And we hope to achieve this through a simple solution and through a single interface. And one of the ways we have gone about doing that is to come up with a board that the flow starts with the upload of a privacy policy document and ends with a simple dashboard. And the problem being that most of our startups do not really understand what is required of them and end up having fines of about 2% of their annual returns. So imagine a tool that could help them mitigate against that. And without saying much, we would go into the demo and see how these flows connect. So it starts with sign up and a login, but we just go straight with the login. And this sign up and the login, it has a role-based access control, because remember, we are speaking to two different personas. So as such, we need to have such controls. So after the sign up, we would see how a sample privacy document we got online faces against this. So step one, as you can see, boldly simple and clear. Step one, you upload the document and you run a compliance audit on that privacy document. So after that is done, what you would see is an output that states from the regulatory requirements of NDPC, you see some of the criterias, major criterias, the mandatory requirements, and the 16 clauses in that this privacy document has stood by or qualified for. And in this result, we see one of the things we see are some statuses, some gaps that it has identified in that report. And we could actually, for each of these clauses, we could actually reference where that gap is coming from directly from the paragraph where that clause is. I don't know, could you show that? Okay. So so from that, we see that we are not only working with AI end to end, but AI also steps in to explain why there is that gap, and to mitigate against some of the cons that comes with AI, like hallucinations or lies, as you might understand it. We make use of a kind of system that first prioritizes the in-house information before generalizing to the information we have on the internet. So after that, we can generate the report. Can you generate the report, please? Can you download the report? We can download an audit report in a PDF format, or you can send this report as an email. Now, these clauses that this privacy document have faltered in end up being what we call an operation to be carried out by the other role, which is like the product team or the compliance officers, that they can help monitor the company to achieving each of those things. But as we see this report, we could also go down to generate a policy based on what is uploaded to fill in those gaps, and then forward the generated policy to maybe a legal person via an email. But there is also a disclaimer that says that this is AI generated. Okay, have you sent it? Okay, so this is the policy being generated, and this policy can now be forwarded to a legal person.
I think I want you to use the next maybe 5-10 seconds to explain the AI hallucination that you mentioned.
Okay.
Yeah. I want you to just explain it, how you are able to check for AI hallucinations in your system.
Thank you very much. So basically what AI does is it makes use of general information gotten from the internet. There is a model for that. And those general information, not that they are wrong, but could be wrong in the context of this. So just imagine going to the market or to a shop, and then in that shop, there are many things that are all good for you, but for the context of what you need that thing for may not be good for you. So when someone who doesn't really know what you need goes to that store, may not really understand what you really need. So that is called hallucination, because AI can end up using those general information to bring out information that are not true. It just cut and join, and give you something that might not really be fit for what you need. So make use of the RAG solution to solve against that, which is like an in-house store. Thank you.
All right. So I saw that you uploaded a privacy document. Is that also a policy?
Yes, it's a policy.
But when I checked NDPA, we have about 18, if not more than, to be NDPA compliant, other policies. Does your system support that?
Okay. So for now, thank you very much, sir. So for now, it doesn't support the other 26. But moving forward, we hope that one of the things that we are going to scale up on is those support, and also have an API whereby it can be integrated to other organizations that can make use of this. And one of the ways the report can be kept up to date is through the integration that we may have in the future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Compliance Connect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Round of applause and oohs and ahs for Compliance Connect. I love that the solution uses AI to also explain the gaps to you. So it gives you that understanding of the why. All right. A round of applause, please, as they exit the stage. Okay. So our next team coming to stage, please welcome Renick GPT.
Never had much faith in love or miracles. Never wanna put my heart on the line. But swimming in your world is something spiritual. I'm gonna get every time you spend the night. Cause your sex takes me to paradise. Yeah, your sex takes me to paradise and it shows. Yeah. Yes, you make me feel.
Imagine being given a map, but you have no one to guide you through the routes. You're no roads, but you have a map. Renick GPT gives you the map, but not only the map, we connect you with somebody who would guide you through the routes. I am Jude Ode. I am the front-end developer. Here is Esther. She is the consultant, research and documentation lead. And here is our group leader, who is Josiah. They would run you through what Renick GPT is. We said it, Renick GPT, but turn a burden into a button.
So why are you, a small business, running helter-skelter all over the place, looking for where to register your business, looking for where to know if you're compliant, and looking for where to generate, to upload your documents? So why are you running helter-skelter? running to the line, waiting long hours. Come to Renick GPT, a one-stop shop in which you can upload your documents, know when updates to regulatory updates are regulatory. Know when regulation.
Know when regulations are put out. Know what applies to you, what doesn't apply to you, when you are compliant, when you're not compliant, and proceed to take actions where our software shows you that you are not compliant. It's still in the same app.
So what is our solution? We are a software app and website platform in which you as a small business would come on, you would log in, we'll show you that after in a demo. You will come in, you log in, and you will give us your work email in which we will be sending you regular updates about things that come out from these organizations that monitor your business performance and operations. Next. So our regulatory framework is that, first of all, these Nigerian regulatory frameworks are the CSA company registration annual returns, the Financial Act, the CBN, and then the NAFDAC, if you're into food and drugs. Now, our target users are, once again, startup founders at seed and early stages, and secondary SME operators and operations leads are growing companies. Yeah, the resources in which we use to build this is Anthropic Cloud API and database. I coded the Superbase backend in which operates on 9 tables, RLS, real-time subscriptions, and the front end is a vanilla JS. Moving on. Yeah, we're going to run you through the demo. Okay, so you as a business, you would come in and then you put in your work email here, and that's what he's doing right now. Okay, skip. Yes, okay, so you as a user, we have created a chatbot here. Our chatbot, we have already made pre-made questions for you to assist you with. How do you register? Do you need to register your startup, your information about tax? If you click any of them, click it. Click any of them. As you can see, it's thinking right now. It will provide you the information that you need. It won't take time, hopefully. It's the internet connection. It's the internet, right? Oh yeah, it has uploaded. Scroll up. As you can see here, in order for us to eliminate hallucinations, we have put in. Just stop. We have put in the exact acts and the exact citations in which to prevent this AI tool from hallucinating. And we have also We have also put in penalties. Which is the penalties? Okay, okay, scroll down. Okay, so if you're we put in failure to pay tax is due to 10% interest per annum. Scroll up, Jude, all the way down. Like, yes, okay, so we have also put in that this is not a legal advice, that you can connect you to a lawyer. Click it. Here at Renick, we partner with lawyers, real life lawyers in which you can connect with, and you can connect to them on WhatsApp. You can put in your name if you want to hold a consultation with them, and then they will give you pay per session, but then we cover the pay, because if you join us on our premium platform, we'll cover the pay for you to an extent, and then it will make it cheaper for your business to get legal to get legal information about what you're needed to do. Moving on. Here, your compliance checklist, you put in your name, you put in all your business information, and then to generate a compliance checklist for you. Sorry, it's the internet. Yeah, okay, so see the compliance checklist here. We are putting exactly over here. You can see it is critical. This information that you need to complete is very critical for your business. And you can scroll down if you see this one is high, and it ranks it up for you. And yes, this is basically your compliance checklist that you can, once you've completed, you then click it and you update your dashboard in real time. Yes. Okay, like I spoke about, once we use your email in order for you to update the alerts, to alert you about the updates that have come out. Yes, thank you very much.
So you have 30 seconds. There are a lot of features that we didn't talk about, but here is our motto: RENIC GPT, making Nigerian compliance accessible, explainable, and actionable for every founder from day one. So stop wasting your ideas. Use RENIC GPT and turn your ideas into products. You will not fail. It's for, we've told you, the persona is for startup, small to medium enterprises. There's the portion you can choose your selected state in Nigeria, and laws will apply to your state. Thank you very much.
A round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, RENIC GPT. So at the beginning of the hackathon, you were given 4 core problem statements. So I'd like to know which of them you are addressing with RENIC GPT. Thank you.
Okay, so that's problem statement 1. What we're addressing is problem statement 1. That is to enable businesses and organizations to interpret and operationalize regulatory requirements through one single interface. As he mentioned, we're a one-stop shop. You can, before registering your business, up onto the way of actually registering it, we do it all. So yeah, explaining the law as well as helping you to go forward to register it.
Okay, thank you. I saw your compliance ranking high and all that. So what metrics did you use to arrive at that? That is the first question. Question 2, some of the documents you use, source documents, I saw the Finance Act 2020. So you know that's not the current one. So how do you evolve the solution to reflect the most current legal documents we have in the country?
Okay, so first of all, as we've already established, we have a team of lawyers. We as lawyers are going to be up to date. That's our role. We're going to know when laws come out. And once these laws come out, I'll pass it to the technical lead now. There's a place on the software where you can update it in real time.
So us as the admins, there's a section inside there. We are given the permission to input these documents that come out and publish it. So in real time, as soon as the laws come out, we would go into partnerships with these organizations to retrieve the information that is needed. And then we would upload it, and then we'll send alerts to the businesses that is of concern to it.
Okay, so you mentioned that you will upload the document. So if you are doing that, that has struck out anything real time about that? Yes. Because you are going to be doing that manually.
Yes. Yes, that's why our priority.
Then you mentioned that you used Claude API, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the difference between me going to Claude itself or ChatGPT and telling it this is the business I want to do and feeding my business information? What's the difference between that and then using your service?
Okay, so Claude, as we all know, Claude is an open source software. Ours is that Claude can give you generalized information, and that is not up to date. This, like we said, is the prototype. As soon as we go live, we'll be able to keep up-to-date information.
By manually updating?
Yes, they're normally updated. And then as you saw, we have also been able to limit the way in which it can hallucinate that we would give it the information, the documents, like the act, the specific place in the constitution in which it's stated. And that is that's what makes us different from Claude. If you want accuracy and you want speed and you want to be you want a specialized answer, come to us.
So final question from me. When your presentation started, you mentioned a one-stop shop from finding out requirements to registering the business, but I did not see any of that.
Okay, we can't show it now, but then it is part of it. If you looked up there at the dashboard, it was there.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Please, round of applause. Round of applause. Taking you from A to Z of registering your business. Very, very important. Okay. So our next startup, rearing up their engines to come up on the stage. Please welcome Nexus Safe Sphere to the stage.
Yeah, smoke till I'm high. Castle on the hill. Wake up in the sky. You can't tell me I ain't fly. I know I'm super fly. I know I'm super fly. The ladies love luxury. That's why they all fuck with me. Out here with the moves, like I invented smooth. You can't tell me I ain't fly. I know I'm super fly. I know I'm super fly.
I stay fresh as hell, take a pic, I might as well. Hell, drop the top and take a selfie, my car drives itself. I got white girls blushing, homie, college girls rushing on me. All my diamonds custom, so they clutching and they touching on me. Ooh, like it's vegetables.
Jumped out of bed, put on my best suit. Got in my car, raced like a jet, all the way to you. Knocked on your door with heart in my head to ask you a question.
Hey everyone. Picture a founder in Abuja, a young founder of the age 25 years. She's had this idea for about when she was 23, but eventually she launched when she was 25 last month. Then 1 week after she launched her organization, her application, she woke up to a fine from NDPC that she'd been fined 10 million naira for going against the regulation. This problem is not just a problem of one person. It cut across a lot of young founders in Nigeria. They launch and the next minute their platform has been shut down. The reason is because the founder does not want to go against the compliance in Nigeria. It is because most times they are not aware of what the compliance is because the language that the law speaks is different from the language that all of us speak. And on the other hand, Nigeria does not have compliance regulation issue. It has adoption issue, whereby regulators don't have a real-time monitoring to see sectors and organizations that are at risk of falling under lack of compliance. At the end of the day, you see that they get to flag them when the deed have already been done. On that note, that is where our solution comes in. Our solution on RegTrack is solving 4 of the problem statements, but focusing 1 on the key as the major, which is supporting a real-time compliance assessment and reporting. And how it does this is it helps organizations to be able to check their organization checklist before they launch, so they know what they need to do, following the GAID 2025 clause and the CBN anti-money laundering 2024 clause before they launch for any sector, most especially for fintech. So at the end of the day, when they are able to check what they need to do, they can be
proactive ahead of time, and they get connected to compliance officers on the platform too. So it also generates a dashboard that takes all the information of any entry of the organization that register. So the regulators now, they can now have a real-time monitoring of what is going on in the ecosystem. So the compliance checkup in 2 minutes, an organization can assess their platform by answering few questions that pop up, and they get an immediate risk score and the clause that they trigger. And they also get layman explanation of what the clause is talking about. Then they are also recommended a compliance officer. So there is also an option for clause finder, where if they are not clear of the information they got from the report, they can go to the clause finder and get more explanation. Then there's also option for obligation extraction. Let's say a new policy have been updated, you have the document, you don't know what it talks about, you can upload it and the AI model is able to translate it for you. Then it has continuous monitoring, because it doesn't just tell you what you need to do. It explains to you how you need to do it and a real-time factor that you need to achieve this. So each time you fix this, you have a remediation checklist that you can take. When you need to upload a document, you upload the document. So your compliance officer can also monitor your progress on the platform while you also monitor it. And we also support the policy as a code, whereby this information, for most especially for the regulators, is being generated in a system readable format where they can connect their API to be able to get the information from their own end in a JSON file. The key features that stand us apart, like I mentioned, the policy as a code, the real-time monitoring, the regulator subtech dashboard, and it has multilingual support. We didn't just want to build a platform that speaks the general language, which is English. You have options to substitute to Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa, and it still give you in that language. Then we also have the sector-based compliance to architecture that bind our platform is we have Azure OpenAI, which is the AI in it. We have Super for the back end. We have front end, which is the React and Tailwind. So I'll be showing you a live demo, but if you would like to practice with us while we're doing it here, you can scan that QR code and it will take you to our platform. Okay. All right. Yeah.
All right, just 10 seconds to scan.
All right. Don't worry. So when you log into the site, it takes you to the home page. But our focus is the compliance assessment. When you come to the compliance assessment, you can see an alert here. The alert means this system is being plugged. Okay. So while they fix it, before I give you the demonstration, since someone have been able to scan the QR code, I will explain to you where you need to go to. So if you go to the compliance assessment, you see an alert up there, the GAID information. What that alert means is the system is plugged to the API of the regulatory body, whereby if they have any updates on or amendments on the information that they have, the AI flags it and pull that form with real-time regulatory information. Then you can, if you scroll down a bit, you can see compliance assessment. When you click on the compliance assessment button, it asks you to give in your app name and the sector. When you click on the app name and the sector, it takes you to start assessment. We'll have about 10 questions is based on the clauses that is on from the regulatory information. So it asks you if you are collecting the information you are collecting, which is name or so, if you collect biometric data, if you have a published privacy policy, if you are exporting data to outside Nigeria, and so on. So after I ask you those questions, you now click on analyze. It shows you the triggered clause. When it shows you the triggered clause, you can go to understand. That understand particular clause you are faltering and where you need to do something. I also explain it for you in a real man language understanding using the OpenAI. So after you understand it, you can go to fix it. When you click on fix it, it takes you to the remediation section. The remediation section has the remediation checklist of, based on the information that you answered, what you need to do. Let's say you click, you don't have a published privacy policy. On the remediation checklist you need to publish a privacy policy. And you can also click, yes, I fixed it, or no, I've not fixed it. When you click on yes, I fixed it, and you click the check button, you see you automatically reduce your risk score. And there are some regulations and requirements and checklists that you need a supporting document for it to be able to tell you that, yes, you've really complied with this. And this is peculiar to the CBN Anti-Money Laundering Act. So if you go to the remediation checklist of that CBN side, and you try to click on it without uploading the document, it's going to reject it till you upload the required document before it can approve that you have done that. So after you fix it, you can print it in a PDF report where, let's say you don't want to use the recommended compliance officer on the platform and you have an external compliance officer.
All right, can we have the judge's questions?
All right. I know you're supposed to use or create a policy pack for this. Can you at least mention 3 clauses that you had to use for your solution?
Okay, one of the clauses says if you are collecting an information of under 13, you would have to receive a consent. Then the second one is if you are collecting more than 3,000 data as an organization, you have to register as a data controller. Then if you have any data breach, that's the third clause, you have to report within 72 hours in the NDPC side.
So that's it. I don't think we have any other question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, please, one more round of applause for Nexus Safe Sphere. I'm loving the energy from each of these amazing solutions. Okay, so are we ready with our final group on stage? Are we ready? Okay, so can we have back to the stage Team Suya?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bernard Isaac, and with my team, Team Suya, we are presenting Surify. Okay. So together we identify a single problem that every single member of us that is in this room, the regulators, the developers, and all the individuals that are here, we agree with me that this problem is definitely existence with us. Verify your identity in different platforms for the sake of using that platform. And your identity and your data has been shared to different databases and different servers. That means you have your data stored in different servers and platforms just because you want them to verify identity. So what we are building to solve this, we are aiming to solve the fourth and the third problems that are directed by NIDA. So the first one is us providing enhanced visibility by regulators to, right? Regulators like NDLC are here to protect our data. And what we are doing with Surify is actually protecting your data without you be verifying yourself out there to different platforms, without you releasing your data to them. And we're also giving compliance to compliance officers in industries and in companies and in infrastructures, right? You verify users' identity, you have to store their data. As you're storing their data, you have to actually give audits about how you are keeping their data safe. And what we are doing at Surify is making that more streamlined and better for you. We're also addressing the issue of where we have multiple, Surify is being able to connect to multiple platforms with a single SDK and a single attestation. What exactly is Surify? Surify lets any Nigerians verify their identity once using their NIN. And then with that NIN, you are going to be provided with a Surify attestation. This Surify attestation is a soul-bound NFT that has been bound to your wallet address. And you can use this Surify attestation to verify anything in different multiple platforms. As you can see, we have the three pillars of Surify architecture that makes it possible. First, we have the verifier node. This verifier node is our off-chain node that allows us to be able to process your information. Now, the Surify attestation, when you go through the process of Surify attestation, your data, your PIS data is not stored in our system. We are using the Microsoft Azure TEE, the compliance environment to actually run this verifier. PII data is being pushed out of the system. It's only being operated on the first system is the NFT that is being used for it verify in different platforms, which are as you are human, claims as you are more than 18 in the system. Then we have the developer integrate Surify into their systems so as to be able to verify your identity, which is actually storing your data. This way, we keep our data safe from different servers, from living in different servers and where we don't want them to be. Yes, we have the CBN Customer Diligence of 2023. We have the Nigerian Data Protection Act of 2022. We have NIDA Code of Practice of 2022, the SEC Digital Asset Rules of 2024, and the NCC Consumer Prototype Regulations. So our target users are regulators like NIDA, NIMC, and NDLC, and making sure that our data is protected from the outside world. We have the compliance officers for them to be able to integrate it. Instead of as a compliance officer, you are building an infrastructure to protect those that are collecting the data, and then you still have to give reports back on how you're actually protecting the data. We give you that ease of stress of doing that by using Surify. The build resources that we are using are the Azure Face API for our AI, for referencing the picture that we are collecting from the NIMC to reference with what you are actually showing us to show that it's actually correct. We have the NIMC NIN API to collect your data, which is being verified to give you that attestation. Your attestation is just like your affidavit. Change your name to prove to somebody that I actually changed my name, right? I go to that person and show him the affidavit. That is same with attestation is there to show you, okay, I go to this platform. Yes, I am human, I'm up to 18. You're just proving your identity without actually telling them, giving them your data, right? So we have the SUI testnet, which is where our blockchain technology is being hosted on, and then the CBN sandbox. Okay, we're going to go into the demo right now to show you how the flow of Surify is. So at the first step, I'm going to connect in your wallet. Now, you might be asking me, okay, a lot of people are not used to blockchain and stuff like that. We have a way to solving that because we are using what we call ZK logins, zero knowledge proof logins. That means you can easily log in with your Google account and it still works for you. It still saves your seed phrase alongside your Google account. So people are not very used to blockchain, we're now removing that gap there. So we're going to we're using a mock data to actually mock how this works. So I put in my NIN number, it goes into the database and then gets my details. Now, before you can give me that details, I have to verify that I am who I say I am with what I have from the NIN database. So it verifies your identity using the Microsoft Azure API. So after that, it extracts the data. Right now, when we access data, we continue, and then you consent to minting attestation. Wait, please. Now, there's a disclaimer that says, I understand that my personal data will be permanently deleted after verification, and cryptographic proofs will be stored on chain. So that means nothing is actually stored. Your name, your date of birth, nothing is actually stored. So I'm going to mint this attestation. Now, this attestation is going to be minted to our wallet address. If I go to any platform, this platform integrates Surify SDK into it. So when I go to verify my identity, I will say maybe verify with Surify. And then I'll sign in, and then it reads my wallet address to find that Surify attestation in my wallet address. And once it's found it's verifying that, yes, I'm a verified person without actually me giving my data out there. So we can see that the mint is complete. And then it's going to redirect us to our dashboard. Now, in the dashboard, we have 3 different dashboards. The user dashboard, where the dashboard sees how many days is left for him to renew the attestation. In the sense that maybe you might make a change with NIMC, and then you have to go and verify it. So we have a renewal timeline where you can renew your attestation and your details will be updated, right? And then we also have where you show you are human verified, and then you are also up to 18. Also up to 18. And then you can see the verification level. We have level 1. We are applying to do what we call level 1, level 2, and level 3. Level 1 only allows you to verify your name.
Applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll go to our judges' questions.
Please, just I still want to see the regulators' dashboard, if it's possible. And then, of course, get you to explain or highlight the main benefits for regulators. Thank you.
As the dashboard load, so the main benefit for regulators, right? We're basically building an infrastructure for these regulators to continue to, let's say, push the aim of the regulators. Let's say, like, take an example of NDLC, right? We're protecting the data of Nigerians. We want the data of Nigerians to be protected from the outside world. You see, let's say I want to verify my identity with different platforms. In the sense of verifying my identity, there can be a breach in between that particular point where you're verifying identity, right? And then what makes us different from all those KYC applications is that you don't store any data. We are using the Microsoft TTEE, which is the tertiary environment for us to actually run this application. That means even us that are building Surify, we cannot see what is going on in the back end. Nobody's actually having access to that. So now the advantage for the regulators is that as regulators have this, they are able to continue to protect Nigerians' data. We are now going to be sure that, yes, Nigerian data are not out there for the use of everybody. So as you can see in dashboard, we have the number of verified users that are using Surify, integrated platforms. So basically, the regulators can see the number of platforms that have Surify there. So I can now see, okay, this platform is having this amount of verified users. This other platform is having amount of verified users. Instead of these companies or this infrastructure giving audits every year that cannot even be proven. As a company, I can just go and give you the audits and then you don't know whether this is approved or not. So, but this way, it is very transparent and the regulator can come to the dashboard anytime. It is real time for them to be accessible to it. And then we have the compliance rate. Now, this compliance rate is calculated based on, let's say, I come to verify my identity, and then I came to do the verification, and then somebody else comes and then runs it with his own face. So that's now flagging it as a type of breach. So it's used, our AI rule engine calculates that to be able to give you that percentage. We also have giving you the duplicate NIN, giving you the amount of platforms that are there.
Thank you very much. Considering that Surify is built for the regulators, do you able to obtain any insight from your contact at any of the regulators you mentioned in developing the solution?
So, sir, can you come again?
You know, Surify is primarily built for regulators, right?
Yes.
So, in developing a solution, were you able to get any insights from any of the regulators?
Yeah, we studied the NIMC flow of how to actually get that API, but the process of getting those API to actually work on Surify, you have to go through the process of writing a letter to the director of NIMC and then getting approved for the API and then actually putting it into the system. So we are still on that process of actually doing that. Yes, sir.
Okay, I see you've been mentioning NIMC a lot in this instance. You know, I think your submission is for protecting users' identities, and also.
Yes, sir.
Good. So NIMC has something called virtual name, where I don't have to use my real name. Why don't I just use that instead of Surify?
But your name is still going to be your name. Your name doesn't change, if I'm not mistaken. The virtual only lasts for a particular amount of time. It should last around the time.
Okay, so what I was trying to explain, or the question I was trying to ask, is that NIMC, to verify my identity, I would need my NIN as part of, even for Surify too. But NIMC has a virtual NIN. So why don't I just use that virtual NIN that does not expose my real NIN? Why would I now use Surify?
Because Surify allows you to be able to use that attestation in multiple platforms without actually repeating that process. Now, if I want to do that, you now have to create a virtual NIN for every platform you want to go on to verify your identity with. But with Surify, you have that once. You can do that always.
Thank you very much, the SUYA team. Thank you.
All right, please give a round of applause. Team SUYA. Yes, that's where we're going. So please, guys, this is not easy, first of all, right? But even better, every single team has come up and given us game-changing solutions to some of the biggest problems that we have across the public sector. This is amazing. Thank you very much. And I have to say, our judges did an amazing, fantastic job. They didn't take it easy on these guys, but I have to say that these guys did not take it easy on them, right? Amazing answers from all of you. And I'm pretty sure that many of these solutions will go very, very far, whether you are the winner or not. Please, one more time, round of applause for these amazing solutions. Well done. Okay. So, we are going to be, as we wait, right, for our champ, right, to emerge, we're going to be, diving in a bit deeper, right? Because this is all about AI in action. I mean, we've literally seen it, right? These are real solutions that actually work. Many of you, I think, scanned the QR code and actually saw live, right? Some of the solutions as well. So we're going to be going into a fireside, right? A lot of these things we've been talking about, they're actually a lot bigger, right, than we think. Because if you solve some of these problems, right, the roll-on effect, the knock-on effect of solving some of these issues is immense, right? Every day, many companies try to just as simple as registering their company, right? Many people are talking about how entrepreneurship, right, is the savior for the economy. So these things are seemingly simple problems, but then solving them mean millions of dollars into the economy. So to break this down more, we're going to be welcoming some special people to the stage for our fireside on AI in public sector and RegTech. Please welcome Miss Tioluwase Adeyemo, Microsoft Government Affairs Executive, to introduce the panel and speaker. Thank you very much. Please round of applause as she comes up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly the energy I was looking out for. My name is Tioluwase Adeyemo. I serve as the government affairs executive at Microsoft Africa. And it's a genuine pleasure to be in this room with so many people that I believe defines a pivotal moment for Nigeria and the continent at large. It's not simply adopting AI, but how RegTech can aid and foster this adoption responsibly, at scale, and in a way that actually serves our people. And to navigate this conversation, I'm joined by a distinguished and well-renowned expert who has many years in the public sector. Please join me to welcome Dr. Bamigbade, the head of Legal Enforcement and Regulation Department at NDPC.
Shaping money in law. Me, I tell her nobody, I carry and call. Give her Gucci brother, give her Fendi and yo. Give her everything because she deserves it and more.
Please, again, another round of applause for Dr. Babatunde Bamigboye. Thank you. So first of all, just like a room check, how are you doing today? I'm very excited to be on this panel session, or this fireside chat rather. I hope you're excited as well.
Really very excited. Thank you so much.
Amazing. So we're going to be talking about AI in the public sector, its role in digital transformation. I want to ask you a question. What are the most impactful use cases for AI in improving public sector efficiency and service delivery in Nigeria?
All right. Thank you very much for this question. And let me start also by saying that currently doing my doctoral degree. So I'm a doctor in equity, not I'm a doctor in equity for the purpose of data accuracy. I must put that. And thank you. We want to thank Microsoft and Data Science Nigeria for this opportunity to be here today. As a regulator, I'm really very excited about the opportunities presented by the young folks in the room. It's almost like you are in a room with Einsteins of the current generation. So please, a round of applause for yourselves. We are all winners, regardless of the outcome of what we have today. So to the question as to the use cases of AI in the public sector, indeed, AI has become a tool for efficient governance in many ways, but I would just mention a few that even the traditional public service sector, that is the head of service, has introduced the ServiceWise GPT. And this is a tool that helps civil servants to be able to actually navigate the complex metrics of the civil service, being able to respond adequately and sufficiently to questions is true, is very far removed. An instance could be a situation where somebody applies to get, CSC by 2024, I think was about 100. And as you know, we have developed the AI strategy, which I believe we may be able to address in the course of this conversation. Thank you.
Amazing. Please, can you put your hands together for that? I think it's impressive the giant strides that government agencies and institutions are taking when it comes to AI adoption and even regulating AI in Nigeria. And I think one thing that I would also like to highlight is the service GPT that you mentioned. I think that that's really impressive. And it's also impressive to see how Nigeria is not just sitting behind and waiting for something to catch, but we are actually like moving, in line with the development of AI. Please, can you put your hands together for him for that question? And this leads me to my next question. There is a lot of AI adoption. Everybody's talking about AI adoption now, applying AI to different things, to public service and all. I want to ask how government or how we can bypass barriers when it comes to adoption at scale, right? So how can we bypass these barriers or overcome these barriers when it comes to scaling AI adoption in Nigeria?
Thank you once again for this question. And I think it's quite instructive at this stage. You will recall that I think early 2024 to 2025, we've been working on the national AI strategy. And the document doesn't leave us in the realm of conjecture as to what we need to do as a country to be able to ensure that we develop AI and then we adopt AI. We have about 5 pillars, to which the pillars are to the effect first that we need to build the infrastructure for this. It's really very important. We cannot overcome any barrier without actually addressing the issues around infrastructure. Infrastructure involves, of course, energy, it involves the data centers and all of those. And again, the public cloud out there as well, the digital public infrastructure, your payment system, your digital identity, as well as data exchange. These are the things that you must address. And apart from that, and I think what you're doing, fixing what you could refer to as the second pillar, that is, you have to build talents in the ecosystem.
Yeah,
you have to develop the ecosystem. I'm really happy for what I'm seeing here today, because that tends to address what we are looking at under the documents as well. Apart from this, also, there is a need to also encourage acceleration of adoption of this AI, because and how do we achieve that? You need to educate people, you need to get their trust, you need to put the framework in place for accelerated adoption. And again, this event serves many purposes. Many people can understand what government is doing and why it is important actually to do AI. AI is just like having 100 assistants working for you, or even more than that. Maybe 1,000 assistants working for you at the same time. I don't know how many organizations can afford that. Then moving away from that as well, it is the fact that we need to understand the obligation to develop AI responsibly and ethically. We just returned from Morocco, I think GTEx, where we learned more about AI development, AI ethics, as it were. You need to be able to develop that, and government needs to be able to put in place appropriate mechanism that ensures that people do that. But apart from this as well, it's you need to also have the private sector doing self-regulation, because the law cannot provide for ethics on the whole scale. It is your own responsibility to go beyond what the letters of the law is saying, and then do something about it. And you have, for instance, under the General Application and Implementation Directive issued by our commission, NDPC, which talks about privacy by design and by default, and data ethics and all of those. So this is really very important. Then lastly, you talk about robust governance, and this is where we come in. And I must spend time, pardon me, to talk about the Nigeria Data Protection Act, as well as the General Application and Implementation Directive in this regard. Many people tend to think that when you have an act such as we have, or other regulatory frameworks, they are restrictive in nature. But we tend to look at it as somebody driving on the road, and then there are no road signs, there are no rules governing how you should drive on the road. You will agree with me that there will be a gridlock at some point. Why? Because you do not have people really saying this is the part of the road you can drive, and this is when to move along the road. And that is what the light in which we should see regulation. Definitely, of course, it may put constraints on those who really don't want to obey any law. But ultimately, if you want to be safe on the road, the internet highway, it is important that you make sure that we have laws in place that do this. And under the NDP Act, I must say that the principles are, at high level, principles around principles such as data minimization, proportionality, and necessity. And when you bring that to AI, it is necessary for you to have data to build AI. So when we talk about data minimization, proportionality, and necessity, it fits into the model of AI. It doesn't mean you shouldn't collect the data, because without collecting data, you can achieve your legitimate aim of doing the AI. So you have opportunity of collecting data as much as you require to achieve the legitimate aim that you pursue. But ultimately, I think it is, what are you now using the data you've collected for in this purpose? Are you using it for cyber surveillance, as the case may be? Are you using it to manipulate the market, or to shut out competitors? I mean, to shut out the startups that are here. If you've collected as a big platform only for the reason that you don't want people to layer on your platform, as it were, it would then be wrong for you to do. So ultimately, there's perspectives under which I believe can overcome barriers and scale up AI adoption.
That's amazing. Please put your hands together. That was a really, I even want to emphasize the 5 major things that you mentioned. You mentioned building infrastructure. You mentioned building talent, which is what one of the things we're doing here. And you mentioned acceleration of adoption through education. And I think that third one really stuck out to me because of AI diffusion. right? In the first panel session, we talked about how AI diffusion is very important, especially in the global south, and how we need to equalize AI, make it common, that everyone can use it at any level. So even if you're a beginner or you're a software developer, you can use AI. And it's amazing that you're reiterating that fact as a way to even overcome barriers when it comes to AI adoption. I think that's incredible. It means that we are on the same page, it's one mind. You mentioned also about the obligation to develop AI responsibly. And I just want to hammer on that a little bit, because I remember one of the things that we do at Microsoft is to make sure we use AI as a tool for good. It's one of our primary objectives. It's amazing how we're on the same page when it comes to this. So please put your hands together for him once again. It was really incredible. But now I want to ask a question on the metrics for effective AI implementation. Like, what are the things that we would see that would say, okay, great, we are now implementing AI or using AI in our country?
Right. Thank you very much. I think we probably have to be empirical about this.
Yeah.
I recall we were called into a US-led coalition or initiative around the adoption of AI for sustainable development sometime in 2024. It was a resolution of the United Nations at that point, and they needed a number of countries to adopt it. Eventually, about 130 countries signed up for that resolution that we should encourage the use of AI for the public good, but focusing more on sustainable development goals. I believe 17 SDGs, 17 of them, as it were. Look at where we are today as a country and even as a continent. The year 2030 is here. We started this journey of sustainable development almost 30 years now, since 1999. Where are we in achieving those goals? Something around reducing hunger, eradicating women equality,
poverty,
getting education, and all of those. So these are our benchmarks. These are the metrics we have to take into account when we say we want to look at how far are we going. But in order to actually know that we are making progress, this is where the metrics come, we must conduct this line. For instance, agriculture yields. We have, in the case of Real Life, I think Real Life Bank or something like that, or Life Bank, where they use AI in telemedicine, in medicine or health and agriculture. We want to have, at the end of the day, if the production of ginger, for instance, in Kajan axis, is about, let's say, 5,000 tons a year. And then because you have adopted AI to predict what affects, productivity, you want to have an outcome that says, yeah, it is now even marginally increased, maybe 15,000 from 10,000, as the case may be. So these are the metrics. And again, if you adopt because you have adopted AI who could teach pupils in their probably in their language that this is how to solve mathematics or algebra specifically. And then after you conduct the examination after the adoption of AI, you won't be able to see that you have improved in this area. And recall again, I mentioned some of the things or some of the pillars or policy focus of the AI strategy. If you look at the 5 of them, and you say, have we gone far on infrastructure? How many organizations of governments are now adopting AI for services? We have been quite resistant at the level of NDPC because of the right not to be subject to a decision solely based on automated means. And we want to avoid a situation where we deny someone his rights only for the reason that we have adopted AI. But we are already working on some sandboxes that may enable us to be able to pilot the use of AI, for instance, to be able to solve things that do not produce significant legal effect on the the data subjects concerned. So this, when you look at how government agencies are they adopting for e-government services, how many, so you are able to do that. Then the things around the governance, are we relying, are we using more AI? I think there is a country that has now appointed AI as it were. So by the time you begin to see such, innovations, then of course you may say that we have come a long way.
Yeah, I think again that was a fantastic answer. And I also want to draw insight from your previous answer as well. These laws are for our own good, are to regulate this ecosystem. So they are like guardrails. And I like what you said about the metric system, using the empirical method and then having a baseline. So after doing this, after diffusing AI, how many things can we see changing? How many, what is the results of these things? And I think that's a very good way to judge whether something is working or not by the results. Yes. So I just want to ask one more question. We've had a couple of people come up here, give their presentations, talk about regulatory compliance and everything. I want you to, just give one word. If there was one thing that you'd want them to go with, because these are people who are trying to, innovate in the regulatory ecosystem. And I think that this, in the regulatory tech ecosystem, RegTech, and I think that it's very brilliant to see how we're not just thinking about innovation, but we're thinking about how that innovation sits within regulation, how regulation can actually foster this innovation, boost it, and not put it down. And I think that this panel session has achieved just that, establishing the laws not as a blocker, but as an enabler, right? As guardrails. So what is the one thing that you would want them to go with?
Yes, really serious. I never, well, we always get this question, what's the last word? What's the last, what was the last thing? But more often than not, when we get this question, I think we answer and then we go back, oh, have I said the right thing to people, actually?
It's a safe space.
But so let me adopt what, is it Mother Teresa that said it? Something like, just do it. That's the last word. You're on the right track. Whatever you're doing, just do it. Do it responsibly anyway.
Do it responsibly. Thank you very, very much. Please, a standing ovation, a round of applause for Barrister Babatunde Bamigboye. Yes.
Listen close, hear my thoughts in every note. Make me your radio and turn me up.
As they come up. Thank you so much. So many nuggets again. Governance is more important than ever, right? So a lot of the things, I love that he mentioned that a lot of times, we look at these acts as restrictive, right? But they're guardrails, right? And guardrails are critical, right? Not just for, the good of everyone, but they're also critical for systems that can scale, right? They're also critical for AI is being democratized, right, across the country. And this is not small work, right? So please join me as we see some of the amazing work that has been done in partnership with Microsoft.
Hello, my name is Nusi Shaki, and I'm a computer engineering student and also a data scientist. So I became part of the trainer program when DSN put out a call for participants, and I decided to sign up because I've always wanted to learn Microsoft Azure, but I've not really had any structured learning or commitment.
I'm Obumneme Clement. I joined this bootcamp through the Train the Trainer program, an initiative of Microsoft in partnership with DSN.
My name is Adesanwo Oluwakemi Felicia, a participant and beneficiary of Microsoft and DSN Train the Trainer program. Yes, let me say I'm a teacher and a business intelligence analyst.
So I've had some experience with digital skills and AI training, basically in data science, using Python to write code and all that. But the program exposed me to something greater and more in-depth, using cloud environments to do AI, to develop AI and build AI systems. So that's my biggest take with the whole program, using a cloud environment. I'm already training students like me, and I mentioned, I was a beginner with Azure.
I was a complete novice before joining this Microsoft and GSN training. My journey started last year with Microsoft and GSN training, and then I was just a teacher, classroom teacher that's looking for a way to grow and for a career that will give me opportunity for growth and progress that will be measurable.
As of today, I've organized an event. So basically what I taught during the event was how to deploy web apps using Microsoft Azure. So during my events, I was able to gather people who wanted to learn, people who had never been exposed to Microsoft Azure like I once was, and I was able to train them. It was about 2 hours, and I spent a lot of time practicing. I also had to invite somebody to help me, but it was totally worth it and worth the experience.
So the program has really helped me to grow. It has really transformed my orientation. It transformed my career from just being an ordinary classroom teacher and now becoming a business intelligence analyst. So I think I'm already on the pathway to achieving my career goal, and also looking forward to training others, because as a teacher, I still like to impact knowledge. So this program of Train the Trainer is just an opportunity for me, not just to be a regular classroom teacher, but to be a digitalized teacher that can impact my world positively through teaching.
Thank you, DSN. Thank you, Microsoft. And thank you, TrueMCT.
Finally, I want to say a big thank you to DSN, Data Science Nigeria, to Microsoft, and to 3MTT for giving me this privilege to be part of the training and also to transform my career journey and to make my vision, my desire, comes to life. Thank you.
My name is Labiba Yusuf, and I work in the Internal Audit Unit at the Nigeria Data Protection Commission. I participated in the Digital Skills Nigeria program,
Hello, I am Muyoluwajes Loba Blessing, a media officer with the Nigeria Data Protection Commission. I recently concluded the capacity building training program by Microsoft and Data Science Nigeria on data protection and privacy.
My name is Agni Muktadolapo. I work in the Research and Development Department of the Nigeria Data Protection Commission. I participated in the Digital Skill Nigeria program where I did courses on cybersecurity, information security, AI governance and ethics, data protection laws, compliance and governance, privacy risk management.
My name is Hilda Chishikon Nuhu, and I work with the Legal Enforcement and Regulations Department of the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, where I handle document reviews and also engage with stakeholders in the ecosystem. I was one of the beneficiaries of the DSN and Microsoft training initiative on cybersecurity, information security, AI governance, data protection laws, and privacy risk assessments. Before the training, my experience with cybersecurity, AI governance, and privacy risk management was limited.
Before this training, I had basic knowledge on data protection and privacy, especially in accordance with the Nigeria Data Protection Act 2023. But after this training, I got to know about the Data Protection Acts and data protection laws in other jurisdictions.
This DSN program with Microsoft actually exposed me to global regulatory frameworks, practical compliance strategies, and it strengthened my grasp of cybersecurity and information security through hands-on modules in data governance, responsibility, and AI for privacy.
The impact of the courses has opened career opportunities and discussion, and it has also helped me with the ability to integrate AI governance into real-life scenarios.
Now, as a media professional, I have a deeper understanding of consent and ethical data use and how to report responsibly without exposing sensitive details. Also, in the area of, trying to disseminate news that has to do with public interest, we also have to know where to draw the line, especially when it has to do with privacy violations.
The impact of the course for me is immeasurable. I've been able to more like now infuse what I've learned during the course in projects in the commission, and also it's given me the opportunity to also pursue career in the area of data protection and also AI ethics. I've also been able to carry out various tasks judiciously upon completion of the program.
The skills I acquired have had immeasurable impact on my work and ongoing professional development. I want to sincerely thank DSN, Microsoft, and Digital Skills Nigeria for making this opportunity possible.
I'd like to say a very big thank you to the National Commissioner for the opportunity. Also, a very big thank you to the sponsors, Microsoft, DSN, Digital Skill Nigeria. Thank you very much.
I'd also like to say a very big thank you to our sponsors, Microsoft, DSN, and also Digital Skill Nigeria.
Appreciation goes to the trainers, Microsoft, the DSN team, Digital Skill Nigeria for this rare and invaluable opportunity. The journey was truly a remarkable and impactful one. Once again, thank you very much.
So this is a very big thank you to Microsoft, Data Science Nigeria, and of course my organization, the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, for this opportunity to learn. And I look forward to executing everything I've learned thus far from this training program. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Oh my God. I think one thing that is clear, right, is impact everywhere, right? There's almost no area where this is not touching. And you can tell that it's intentional, right? This is truly, truly amazing. I think, for the 3MTT, which is obviously train the trainer, right? That is something that, we need to do more of, right? So that, as that lady said, we're passing on who is teaching in the classrooms that we can't get to, right? How are they passing that on to people who are the future generations? I think that is so powerful. And thank you to 3MTT for opening that up. And then obviously with the NDPC, right? Cybersecurity, data protection, right? These are the issues of our time, especially with AI, right? So this is incredibly powerful. I think that it's about time that we dive a bit deeper, right? We can see how powerful these partnerships are, especially the partnership between Microsoft and DSN. I mean, across every one of these, right? There's just that ability to go in, take the right tools, take the right capacity builders, and really democratize this knowledge across all diverse areas of Nigerian life. So please, a round of applause, please. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to be having a special discussion, right? And I'm really looking forward to this one. So this is an ecosystem partners discussion. Please welcome to the stage, Mrs. Nonye Ujam, Director, Government Affairs, Microsoft West Africa. Please keep those hands going. Joining her on stage, please welcome Dr. Olubayo Adekombi, founder, Data Science Nigeria. Please, round of applause. Can we have some oohs and ahs, please? This is truly amazing.
The love don't hide. No,
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Bayo.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much to the
Thank
audience,
you.
participants, and our partners. First of all, allow me to sincerely apologize for leaving for an extended period. I had to honor the invitation from the Honorable Minister's Office for another engagement, which in fact did mention the 3MTT initiative. So I hope that I can speak a bit to that. And thank you for indulging us with your time. I'm very aware that it's been a long day, but it's been a very important day, and I think a milestone for the Microsoft Skilling Initiative in country. I think I'll just like to use this opportunity to talk a bit about our partnership. So between Microsoft and DSN, we've been driving a lot of impact, doing a lot of work over the years. It was quite interesting to listen to participants and the impact that these trainings are having. And one thing that stuck out for me, one thing that struck me was people are actually now thinking outside the box. They are going beyond their immediate sphere of influence and thinking about what more can they do. One of the ladies talked about how she's no longer only a traditional teacher, but now she can deliver more impact leveraging digitized solutions, leveraging AI. She can reach a lot more people. And I think that's the beauty of the training of trainers model. You train one person and you impact multiple people. It cascades across. What does the TOT mean for DSN? And what did it mean for driving the impact that we oftentimes put you under pressure to deliver for us as Microsoft?
Thank you very much. And once again, I really want to thank you for leading the charge to inspire our team at Data Science Nigeria. I'm working with you from almost 10 years now. We've been partnering with you to make things happen. TOT, or Train the Trainers, has really taught us that just as they say, when you teach a woman, you actually raise a nation. That domino effect, that when you teach one passionate person who is keen on giving back, you might create much more effect than what you think. And one of the other things we are saying is that the process of teaching others is also a process of learning as well. When you are teaching somebody, I'm sure we all agree with it. When you teach, you know better. You build confidence. Even some things that you think you know, is when you are teaching that you get to know you do not know, and then that will force you to go know. Or the fact that you're going to stand in front of people to teach will force you to go and relearn those processes, because
People may expose you. You know what I'm talking about? You know this Gen Z, you know the way they do it. They will Google it because they want to embarrass you. And they will ask you. So it forces you to learn more. So we have seen that if we use that as an integral core to our training, we'll not just have help others to learn, but we'll help that teacher to become a better practitioner. That for us, from a philosophical point of view, that's what we have seen. And the other part of it is the fact that those who have received the benefit should also have a sense of obligation to give back. I'll give an example of what happened at the boot camp. The people who came to boot camp were a product of 32,000 people that were touched across the country. The best 150 were picked and they were brought to Lagos for 7 full days. Best experts were brought to teach them. So the question is, you have received this free of charge. So what are you going to give back? The only thing you can give back, there is a moral obligation to go back to your community, to go back to your small hub, and then deliver the learning. One of the joy that I saw today was when a gentleman from, I think, Amara Hub came to me to thank me, because that is how the cascade effect is, the domino effect. That when people have received, they should also have that moral obligation that freely you have received, also freely give. And that for me is the whole conceptual implementation philosophy of Train the Trainer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bayo. I mean, it makes absolute sense. And if we think about the numbers that we have, if we think about what the Honorable Minister is trying to do with the 3MTT initiative, there has to be a way that we're able to scale. And I think that that model presents a unique opportunity to do that. If I just go a bit, or speak a bit about our population relative to the impact that we've seen so far, and what that translates as in terms of the appetite that we see in the market. So for instance, we are somewhere between 230 and 250 million Nigerians, a certain percentage, maybe about 60% of that, below 30 or 19 to 35 or something like that. And so you can imagine that that's really people at the career starters, mid-career. They are the kinds of people that are trying to build their skills, maybe go into a new endeavor, maybe build something, or just enhance their opportunity. When I then think about the fact that since 2021, we've only been able to reach 6 million people. I mean, 6 million is a nice number to say, but it's minuscule in comparison to the numbers that we need to reach. It's not a Microsoft initiative that can get us where we want to go. It's not a DSN initiative. It's really a government-led approach that can help us get to where we want to go to. And I'm very pleased that, under the leadership of the current minister, you have these initiatives that specifically focus on skilling. Now, what can we do? What more can we do? I know that we keep talking about the partnerships, and if I could just kind of pick a bit on the national AI strategy, one of the core pillars there is on building institutional capability. And this is where you have the skilling, things like skilling initiatives sitting under. But what more can we do? Knowing that we have all of these programs, we have all of these initiatives, we have all of these opportunities that are driven by government, and they're fantastic. But what more can we do as an entire ecosystem to build on the work that has started, so that we can scale and begin to record more significant successes in terms of the impact numbers that we can reach?
Thank you very much. I think I will answer it in 2 ways. Number one, I will speak to the numbers that we're seeing. There are 2 ways to see the numbers. We see the numbers relatively. So if we look at the Indian IT revolution, the growth trajectory, and looking at Nigerian number as a percentage of the population, we've had a very rapid growth on a relative basis. The other one is the fact that we also need to start counting what counts. What do I mean by that? for everyone you train that you know, there are many 20 people that they are being trained that you do not know. So there's also that effect in Nigeria where people do not also openly declare that they have learned through a program. They would rather keep it in a corner and they are making cool money, but Microsoft has empowered them. But they would not come out to openly say that I learned through your content or I went through a program and all those kind of things. So those realities also exist. But in terms of the other side, what more can we do? And all of that, like you said, is the national AI strategy. That as we are building the talent is a demand and supply framework. We're building the talent, there must also be demand for those talents. And the demand for those talents are at two levels. Industries must start taking in these talents and seeing the value they add to their productivity and their workflow. The second thing is to start, inspiring many of them to become startups and entrepreneurs. And that's what we're doing now. Now, when each of them becomes successful businesses, they bring in 50, 60, 70, 80 people into their business. We have companies in Nigeria today, not just in Lagos, who have taken a lot of people from the bootcamp. They actually come to the bootcamp, Microsoft-supported bootcamp in Lagos to pick talent. So we need more of those systems that soak in talent. Because what those things does is that it inspires others because you can see results. That Ade learned AI and in 1 month, he has become this. And these stories are very important. We need to start telling stories of people who through learning AI digital skills are finding their path in life, because there are too many alternative stories that we have today. When I go to my own hometown in Abeokuta, I remember when we were young, we were inspired by people who come home every holiday, who are working in Lagos and all of that. And we knew their secret. These were like the best student, the best debater, the best scientist and all of that. So it inspired all of us to want to read more. But today, you get to those streets, they will tell you that that one is a Yahoo boy. Oh, that one is a Yahoo boy. So the best brains they see are those who convey the negative side of life. So how do you want to inspire the next generation? So we need to tell the story of successes. So when you are successful, go back to your community and tell your story to the young one that, oh, IT has given me a path to greatness. Guys, this is the path to go. So we need to tell more story. And the last one is infrastructure. That is the area where a lot of work is happening, which is the pillar one of the national AI strategy, which is building the enabling foundational layer. If we have all the GPUs here, we have more compute power here, we have internet here, of course, a lot of global work will move to Nigeria. So we'll no longer be working in the what I call clean and dust. We'll now become the reproducers of models that people can use. India is already achieving that. So you go to the place like Bangalore and all of that, they're already building infrastructure. And if you look at the project that is being done called Project Bridge, also being led by the Honorable Minister, Dr. Bosu Tijani, is aimed at ensuring that everywhere in Nigeria there's a pipe called Bridge, because pipe is what carries AI capability, and that's what is being done. So what I see is that things are coming together, things are building up, and we're getting closer to our destination than we think.
A coordinated effort is necessary, and I think that was a resonating theme that came out of today's engagements with the Honorable Minister. And if I could just land the final question on today's engagement. Now you spoke to some of our developers, some of our builders of these solutions, and I think my greatest disappointment today was not seeing the presentations by the teams. Honestly, that is always the highlight for me, because it is the thought process. It's the fact that they have only a couple of days, and in some instances they've literally just met one another. So they are doing several things. They're getting accustomed to one another. They are trying to coordinate their efforts. They're trying to work as a team and make sure that they deliver success. So this is something that I would truly have loved to witness, but I will definitely go back to the recording. But just to land my final question around what you have and what you can do with what you have to drive greater impact. And maybe it's also a charge to our participants in the room. You know, what you said about going back to your hometown and now the people who are maybe more popular are people who are on the internet and that sort of thing. I'm not trying to diminish, not at all. I'm not trying to diminish the role that they play or the opportunities that they present, not at all. What I'm trying to hamper on is the fact that the tech ecosystem also presents an opportunity.
Very
and I
huge one.
think that it should be spoken about a lot
Yes,
more.
more.
And you are correct. So when we go back to our communities, we should go back with information about how these opportunities have literally transformed, livelihood or, sphere of influence or connections or networks. Imagine any of the beneficiaries going back to their community to share a story about how they went through a training program and then they were able to create something or able to land a job or able to switch their career. Literally, they have sat at a desk, whether it's with some kind of a work tool, they have gone through a program, a training program, and now the opportunities are before them for them to choose. And maybe this is more of a charge to our participants. You guys are building solutions. Last year, one of the things that I'd mentioned to the room as well during the AI Skills Week was, creating a product can be easy, and I'll contextualize that. Think, as someone who builds solutions, think about the problem, because you are building a solution for a problem. It's not about what you like or what I like. It's about how do you solve for a specific problem. And I like to use Nigeria as an example. We keep talking about our diversity, but there's so much strength in it, by the way. If you think about the fact that we have maybe over 500 languages in the country, what are the things that we're trying to do? Barrister Bamigboye spoke about deepening the SDG goals. If you focused on goal 4 as an example, quality education, and you think about people in the hinterlands that don't understand any word of English, what do you want to do? What you're trying to do really is to enable them communicate, function in the society, right? What can you do? You can literally build solutions using AI to advance education, advance learning in local languages. That's a no-brainer type solution. Whilst I'm not saying it's the only solution or it's the be-all and end-all of deepening quality education, I'm saying that it's solving for a problem. So if we're able to identify a problem, and this is what got us to the RegTech Hackathon, by the way, what is the regulatory ecosystem seeing? What is regulatory compliance looking like? What are the blockers there? And how can AI solutions help us address those? So just to encourage you to think more strategically. I wish now that we're in this era, I wish that I had remained a developer. Maybe I would be sitting where one of you is sitting, because just solving problems for me is a big deal. And I think that it's something that should be applauded. Dr. Bayo, any last words?
Guys, you have the whole world ahead of you. You have what it takes. Believe in what you have done. Don't be quiet about it. Make sure you show up where it matters. Stand out for what you have done. Test it, experiment it, and be sure that the world will compensate you in due season. Just be committed. We always tell the story of a postage stamp. I do not many of you know what they call postage stamp, because this generation don't know postage stamp. How many of you know what we call postage stamp? Oh my God. So in those days, we don't have emails. So you have to buy an envelope, you write your letter, put it in an envelope, and then you have to put a postage stamp that must stick to that letter. That letter's ability to get to its destination is dependent on that stamp sticking to it. Whether it's a small envelope, whether it's a large envelope, whether the envelope jumps from one bag to the other, it must remain stuck to it. So be stuck to what you are doing until you get to the destination. Be like a postage stamp. No matter the journey of filtering, of sorting, of taking you from city to city, just make sure you get to your destination. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, absolutely amazing. This is, a concerted effort. It's poetry in motion, and we're seeing that impact at scale. One of the things that I love about this is that we have to start rewriting our stories, right? We need to start telling the stories that get, that kid who's thinking about taking the wrong side, right? To think again, because there's something bigger, right? And Nigerians want opportunity, right? I mean, I've gone across from, Calabar to Jigawa to, different states across Nigeria. And one thing that is consistent is that talent is democratized. There's talent everywhere. I think someone mentioned it, at the beginning of the session, right? So truly, talent is there, but then can we put those opportunities in front of people? And then can we tell those stories that get people to understand the impact, right, of those opportunities? So round of applause again. One of the things that I liked that he said is that we're getting closer to our destination. That is truly music to our ears. Okay, so how are we doing, guys? How are we doing? How amazing has today been? I know we're still waiting for that official announcement of our champ. So, as I said, everybody's a winner, right? We're going to be getting to that in a second. But before we do that, right, I think that, the consistent thing today has been AI in action. It's been about showcasing, right, transformative solutions in real life, in practice, right? And we've got another transformative solution by an amazing innovator that has come out of the Train the Trainer program. So please join me in welcoming Victor to the stage. Thank you very much.
It's life thing, yeah. It's all about understanding, bro. You gotta understand what you're doing. You need a direction,
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, I'll quickly introduce myself. My name is Victor Emuche, and I am a proud graduate of the Microsoft Train the Trainer program, sponsored by DSN, Microsoft, and 3MTT. So I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very happy for the opportunity to have been part of that program, and it has opened a lot of doors for me, actually. So one thing Mr. Bayo said, because through this opportunity, I had the privilege to attend the boot camp. It was an extended privilege for me, emerging as part of the top participants from the Train the Trainer program. And the boot camp was an amazing experience. Today, I am part of the co-lead of DSN Abuja, and part of the inspiration came from that event. So I have my co-lead here as part of the judge here, and I would say it has been an amazing experience. The exposure I've gotten, and the relatability, because part of that, what stuck to me from the boot camp is building solutions that affect you locally. It's something that I still consider in whatever thing I'm doing, whatever model I'm training, because I'm a data scientist. And I forgot to add, through DSN, I've been able to secure a Microsoft certified data science associate and a Power BI associate. I'm a Power BI associate as well. So it has been an amazing experience. So as I was saying, creating localized solution is very, very important. And the exposure I got from that has been amazing. Anytime I'm thinking of building a model or doing anything, I think of how it impacts me here. I cannot build something that is not solving a problem for me, then of what use it is to the society, right? It's important. So quickly, I'll be just talking quickly on what my solution was as part of the program. And it's a compliance assistant for a fictitious organization, PetroSafe. So I am from an engineering background, petroleum engineering to be precise. And right from my days as an undergraduate, there has been this echoing emphasis and case studies we have looked at regarding the kind of incident that happened offshore. Generally, when we entered the university, our mindset was to finish and work offshore. But the kind of incident we started looking at as case study, you see how catastrophic, like a lot of life lost. A lot of people started backing out and saying they want to be on the administrative side of things, that they're no longer interested, even regardless of the pay, because that was what interested a lot of people. So, but I looked at it deeply. What causes these things is lack of compliance, right? If you don't comply, and it doesn't forgive in that industry where you deal with a lot of, any minor accident can be catastrophic. You need to be very, very careful. Every timeline has to be complied with. Every activity has to be done according to how it's scheduled. That is why one core skill you have to know when you're entering the industry is HSE. You have to be certified, a certified HSE expert, right? So this solution, I'll go straight to the solution, centers on ensuring and giving you accurate information based on the actual policy. It's working with a RAG system, right? So the information is grounded on the company's policy. So you are assured that it's not giving you anything outside the confines of what is stated in the policy, which is very, very important. And through the program, I was able to learn how to implement RAG solution using Azure AI services, which I can attest is a very, very fantastic product. It's a very, very fantastic product, right? So for the sake of them, I'm just going to briefly explain what was going on here. So let me just give it a query. So I'm trying to prompt it on what PPE equipment. PPE is personal protective equipment. What personal protective equipment is required for PetroSafe? So what this does is that it looks into the policy, finds what relates to the particular question you've asked, and it gives you the answer. If it doesn't have the answer, it doesn't give you any information. Because one thing that has caused a lot of catastrophe from the case study we have looked at in the past is that you are trying to infer. You need to meet up with the exact requirement. If they say, do this for 4 minutes, you need to comply with that timeline, because any deviation can lead to catastrophe. So what this achieves is that as a field worker, maybe you're working offshore and you're not really sure of what to do pertaining to a particular policy, you can prompt it. It's a web application, so you can have access to it on your phone. you have access to it on your system or whatever device that has access to the internet. You connect and you ask it particularly what relates to what the activity you're about to carry out. It is going to give you the answer. So for this use case now, we are looking at it that this person now is entering the field. What are the equipment he needs to, get into the field for this particular job? You can see there, I don't know whether it's very clear, you need a hard hat, a safety glass, a steel-toed boot, and a fire retardant coverall. So in another use case now, it can be pertaining to work permit. What kind of work permit do I need to procure for this particular job I'm going for, right? Because there are some activities you will carry out without a work permit that will lead your organization being fined heavily. And we are trying to avoid that. So we are trying to avoid that at all costs because there are a lot of regulations around oil companies and the rest. So the ability to use these solutions to comply with it as an individual, as a staff, or a member of an organization such as an oil and gas organization is very, very important because the alternative is to go through PDF or use your intuition to guess what you can do, which can be, catastrophic, as I've earlier mentioned. So one thing I want to add to what I've just quickly demoed is that data science is a field beyond just creating notebooks. And you can explore the full potential of data science using Microsoft. It has a plethora of options that give you ability to experiment beyond what you cannot do with an ordinary notebook, to carry out A/B testing, to carry out, even at this point in time, Microsoft has integrated the AI landscape inside the data science and career track. So it's possible to fine-tune model and use those existing models, because that is where we are heading to now, because there are already large language models that have some capability. We just need to fine-tune it to our use case and make impact, right? So it has made it easier for us. And it is very, very interesting that in the Microsoft environment, there are models already there. The fine-tuning process is simplified. So I want to use this opportunity to appreciate DSN, Microsoft, and TriNTT for this opportunity to learn and grow. And me and my co-lead have been trying based on the impact I got and he got, because he joined as well, he wasn't able to go to Lagos, to see how we can facilitate the learning and utilize the opportunity Microsoft, DSN, and TriNTT have been giving to us over the years. And going forward, we'll try to exploit it. If you're in Abuja here, we have an extension of DSN, which is DSN Abuja, which I've earlier mentioned. I will encourage you to try to join us, because the opportunity is numerous and ubiquitous, and it is on merit based. They will not give opportunity for you to learn and grow to someone that is not serious. It is based on how serious you are and dedicated. That is why I've been able to benefit and grow, and that is how others, because I'm not the only beneficiary. There are a lot of people that have benefited, and some of them, unfortunately, they are not here. But I can attest to the fact that it has been an amazing experience being part of the community. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much. Truly innovative. Thank you. Okay. So I think we've seen innovator after innovator, right? And the question that is on everybody's mind is, who are the winners? right? It's been absolutely, amazing, all the way from our, brainstorm and, design thinking with all of the builders. I'm calling all of you builders now, right? All of the builders in the room, all the way to seeing these amazing, developers who only had a few days to come up with these solutions. I mean, literally, we saw 5 solutions that were built in the shortest possible time and already have potential, right, across, many different organizations if they get it right, right? As I said, innovation happens when you fix a problem that's local, right? It scales, and then all of a sudden you can then export it because you find that those same problems are everywhere, right? So my hope, right, is that you guys, all of you guys, will continue to build after today, right? Because a lot of the work that you see from DSN, from Microsoft, happens when no one's looking, right? When nobody's applauding. And then we get days like this where we can applaud them. So keep on the work, right? And let's go. All right, so we're here at the final moment. Who is our champion? I'd like to call up 2 people who are no stranger to the stage today and to all of us. Please, can I have Ms. Norier to the stage, please? And please, can I have Dr. Bio? All right, so DJ, have we got something to introduce the winners? Right, we're good. Okay. So we had 5, right, that came from a pool of 200. So all of you are already winners. Please, round of applause. So we're going to start with our second runner-up. Please join me with not just a woo and a ha, right, but an absolutely rapturous, right, should I say screams of of celebration. But these 3, right, have come up as solutions that truly showcase everything that this program is about. So please join me as we welcome our second runner-up. Compliance Connect.
Àlàyé mi bá. Àlàyé mi bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ kan kí ló ń lọ. Ó máa ń rí àwòrán mi lọ ń sọ. Wọ́n ní mo give them pressure. Ó jẹ́ má lọ sùn ṣiṣẹ́ lọ, mo yà pa ó lọ. Nobody go dey when sapa don too much. Ẹni tó bá bá aṣọ ṣá ló mọ̀. Gàbó lọ, ọmọ bá ṣe lọ. Ìsídèlé kò sí dé ọ̀. Happiness, everythingness. My life no stress. Fine boy no ex. Happiness, everythingness. My life no stress.
Please, a round of applause for Compliance Connect. Well done, guys. Well done. All right, so our first runner-up. Okay. Please welcome a truly innovative solution. Redic GPT. Well done, guys. Love everything about the presentation and the solution. Please, round of applause. Keep it going for our first runner-up.
Praise be to God, no matter your condition. Forget all your loss, something must go before something come. It is work, no be luck. Sin is believing. Never trust yourself and wait for the result. Never feel remorse.
Thank you. You got. Okay.
No matter your condition. Before something come, it is work, no be luck. Sin is believing, you have to trust yourself and wait for the result. Never be
Okay. Now, the one that we've all been waiting for. Yes. Okay, for this, can I call up the judges, please? Can you please join us on stage? Could we also have Anu as well as Dio join us on stage, please? All right. It takes a village to crown a champion. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the one we've all been waiting for. Please join me as we welcome our champion for the Microsoft AI Skills Week Abuja. Are you ready? Are we ready? Please welcome Nexus Safe Sale!
Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. For the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up. For the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. Stand up for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up. Champions, for the champions, stand up. For the champions, stand up. Stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. For the champions, for the champions.
Right? There was actually a tie, right, for the first runner-up, right? So I would be remiss without getting up getting them up on stage as well. Once we've taken our pictures, we'll be calling up our final winner, should I say, as part of our top three. Okay, can we have in the first runner-up position, Anatai? Can we have on stage Team Suya?
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less.
Can we have just the final photo? Can we have all of the developers that participated today join right here, just below the stage, and let's document this game-changing seminal moment. Thank you for all that you have done and these amazing solutions that have come up.
I'll be all alone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you sure, make we know the fight. I don't wanna sleep alone, wanna hold you tight, but I fool my eyes, but I'll be alright. Forever, on my laptop, on my keto, on my sheet on. Them go feel it, them go run it down. Them go hold it, them go. Say them go feel it, them go run it down. Them go hold it, them go. She got me feeling like a zombie. She flash of glories. When she put that body down, you got me falling truly. I just touched down. When I see you now. On the road, calling you tonight. I wanna make sure, make me know the facts. I don't wanna sleep alone, wanna hold you tight. But I'll be alright. Forever. My laptop, on my keto, on my sheet. What's up? Say them go, that's super tempo. Energy on.
To give the closing remarks, please welcome. Sorry. Yes. Just before we have the closing remarks, we actually have a day 2, right, to this event. This is a celebration of Nigeria's AI strategy at 2, right? So this is much bigger than just today's event. So if you have registered, right, we do have free T-shirts, right, courtesy of the stakeholders, so that you'll be able to come tomorrow wearing, please please wearing your t-shirts. This is really, truly a landmark moment, and we want to celebrate it in style. So please make sure you reach out to Anu. Anu is waving his hand at the front over here. So please, we have special t-shirts for everybody who's been registered, right, to attend tomorrow. So please, without further ado, please welcome Ms. Noya.
Thank you very much. Can we just sustain that round of applause for a moment, please? Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for spending the day with us. I've said this before, I'll say it again, and I'll continue to say it. Can you just give me a moment of your attention, please? We're wrapping this. Thank you very much. This has been a very impactful moment for the AI Skills Week Abuja edition. I think just, even though I wasn't here, I've heard a bit about some of the solutions, but just thinking about, again, I said it on stage earlier, but thinking about the fact that a mandate was given, teams came together, and they were able to build solutions. One of the things that I loved hearing was the showcase as to how I think it's a petroleum engineer, is using AI to think about some of the compliance issues that that space sees and how AI can help solve for them. What I'd like us to go away with today is the immense potential of this technology. A lot of times we talk about the risks, the harms, and those are very important conversations. But let's also think about the opportunity. If an agricultural engineer or an agricultural economist or a teacher could build solutions to solve for problems that they're seeing in their space, then we can count that as progress. I want us to go away today from here thinking about some of those challenges and not seeing them as blockers, but seeing them as opportunities. It was said today, opportunity to build a solution that solves a problem, to scale, and then to export. That's very critical. And I think that's something that we can go away with. Today was not about showcasing one winner. That was not the point. The point of what we were trying to do today was for us to open up our minds to the opportunity and the potential of what AI can do to solve challenges, real world challenges. And I think that we were able to do that today. A round of applause again. I would like to extend my most sincere gratitude to the Minister for Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, because it is through that partnership with the federal government of Nigeria under his charge that we're able to advance the AI skilling initiative in Nigeria. And it's very important for the ecosystem. I would also like to extend sincere appreciation to the Nigeria Data Protection Commission. They have been a very strong partner of ours on the policy and regulatory side, but also now with AI and emerging technologies, what can we do building the ecosystem, thinking about data protection practices, policies, legal frameworks, strategies, implementation strategies that can help safeguard the ecosystem. And I'm very pleased that we're able to support some kind of a learning track that helps them do that. I would also like to thank the National Information Technology Development Agency, our primary regulator of the tech sector in Nigeria. It was said earlier today at my other events that they are a developmental regulator, and it's important that we think about that in the context of today. It's not about enforcement and trying to, bring down the hammer hard. It's really about how do we enable the ecosystem, and this is what hopefully we've achieved a bit of today. I'd like to thank our partner under the leadership of Dr. Bayo, not just a partner, a friend of Microsoft, someone who understands the vision and is ready with his team to implement. Thank you very much for the work that you do. It is very impactful, and you can see the impact here. And I think it's important to also acknowledge Anu. He gets a lot of the brunt of, I don't want to say of me because I don't think I look harsh. I hope I don't. But Anu, thank you very much. The work that you do is seen. And Dr. Bayo, I'd like to use this opportunity to tell you that it's not only seen, it is very impactful. He translates that vision into implementation strategies, implementable strategies, and that is what gives us the success that we record today. Thank you to all the participants. Thank you to everyone who has contributed in one way or the other, the organizers, the guys who are allowing us to record this and go back, and revel in the glory of the success that we're recording today and beyond and previously. Thank you for spending the day with us because your time is money. It is valuable, and we don't take that for granted. Thank you. Thank you to the caterers, to the people who have set up this place, the hotel, to making this a success. We truly and sincerely appreciate you. If I've forgotten you, I am sorry, but thank you. And lastly, last but not least, I'd like to invite Dio to the stage. So this small but mighty individual, you don't know the extent of her power until you sit with her. There is nothing in terms of the vision that I put out, aligning, of course, trying to ensure that we can bring or translate Microsoft's global Elevate, that's our skilling arm, the Elevate vision, translating it to some kind of implementation opportunity or possibility in Nigeria. There's nothing, not one thing that I ever think that we can do that Dio thinks we cannot do. It is a case of, okay, let's do it. For almost 18 months now, and I'm not paying lip service here. Anyone who knows me knows I don't do that. For almost 18 months, Dio has never told me we cannot do it. What Dio does is figures out how to make it happen, because she knows very clearly I hate to hear no. I don't believe in no. There must be a possibility. Nobody asked for heaven to come down. That's an impossibility. But in terms of driving the kind of impact that we want to see, in terms of doing better than we did last year and making sure that we can showcase Nigeria as a real talent pool to the world, this is your person right here. She understands the vision. Dio, thank you very much. This is you. You made it happen. And you had the participants at the back of your mind when we were trying to make this happen. We had quite a few roadblocks. Quite a few of them. But those roadblocks were more maybe getting her creative juices going as to how we can make even better happen. And I applaud you for it, and I appreciate you for it. Finally, thank you. Don't go now. Thank you all so much once again. And I hope that we can bring this back to Abuja next year. And I hope that we can make it bigger and we can make it better and have even more partners and have people in the room that can sit here and say that these solutions can really solve for problems and they want to help scale those solutions. Dr. Bayo, that's to you. That's what we should be headed. That's where we should be headed next. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Truly, truly, today has been a special one for the books. All made possible by amazing individuals that do not take no for an answer. As I said at the beginning, Abuja no dey carry last, right? So we have to be here next year, bigger and better, right? Thank you to all of the participants. Thank you again to Microsoft DSN, all of the amazing industry folk that have been here to support, right? Bigger and better, definitely. Thank you and good afternoon.